In this video,
And here is contestant number 4. How about a hand for Deborah?
Deborah is contestant number 4.
we look back at some of the most brutal knockouts in boxing history.
Lonnie Beasley, who moves his record to 21, 1-1.
Winds up, bam, and there goes Pegues out of the ring. Right.
Shouldn't be.
I'm really going to hurt you, and I just appreciate you for allowing me that opportunity.
She's 18, lives in Oxnard, 35, 25, 36. She's interested in being a model, a makeup artist as well.
Let's get straight to it. Danny Garcia got introduced to Roy's blistering hand speed, particularly Roy's lightning-fast left hook and those straight right pot shots.
And he stays on his feet, rolling around, trying to dodge the punches, Garcia, but he didn't dodge that one. This is the round James Toney got to Danny Garcia. Cannot be saved by the bell unless the final round, and he doesn't beat the bell here.
Danny learned quickly that Roy Jones doesn't play patty cake in the ring.
Took the two punches together, trying to get out of the way of the shots, Danny Garcia, but Roy Jones connecting. Kaboom. Roy says his best punch is the left hook. And here it is again. A different angle. You're throwing up shots. One of them is finally going to get in. Missing a lot of punches tonight, though, is Roy Jones, but connecting with the one that counts.
What's your pick?
I want to stop this man inside the distance.
David?
Respectfully, I believe this will be Shane's last fight. I'm really going to hurt you, and I just appreciate you for allowing me that opportunity. I really do.
He's one of the very best referees in the world. Oh, he caught him! And he got him again! Shane's ready to go! And he's down in round 1! Shane's in a heap of trouble! He won't be able to recover from this!
He's trying to get up too quick.
David catches him! It's going to be a first-round knockout! Down he goes again!
Oh, that's a disqualification.
Immediately he's trying to jab. Gets hit again with a right hand. Left hook! He's not going to last this round! David's on him! He's pummeling! The referee stops the fight! It's all over! A second round knockout victory! And Shane is hurt!
The first heavyweight title fight to ever take place in Germany featured Muhammad Ali fighting Karl Mildenberger. 40,000 people attended the fight. I think it took Ali a little bit of time to adjust to the southpaw style of Mildenberger. But once Ali had adjusted, his jab was a huge weapon, and it started doing serious damage to Mildenberger.
Can't quite finish him, but he might be doing it now. Mildenberger must be very near the end of the road now.
It became a one-sided beatdown, and eventually the referee jumped in. I thought it was a good stoppage.
Another successful one. 20.
He wants to relax, not let the crowd bother him.
Well, this is a shock. Charles Brewer is down and getting up slowly, looking dazed, knees buckled, trying to walk, and that's it. What an upset! What an upset by Lonnie Beasley!
Big time. He's trying to answer the phone. Lonnie Beasley, the uppercut, the left hook. Did not even have to be there. Look, the fighter gets when he gets knocked out. Look at the left leg. If he were not relaxed, that would break his leg. Here it is again. The right uppercut trying to move in, and Lonnie Beasley winding up. Wham! The right hand.
Charles Brewer was supposed to be the dangerous fighter. He came in ranked number 6 with 16 knockouts in 24 fights. Lonnie Beasley had only 6 knockouts in 22 fights, and you see that was as solid a shot as you're ever going to see. TKO for Lonnie Beasley, who moves his record to 21,
We want to remind you that you, the fans at ringside, will be voting for tonight's winner and runner-up. The winner to receive $1,000 cash, runner-up $200 cash, and both will be continuing in the contest.
In his title defense against another Japanese fighter, Lopez was in his element. He started by investing in body shots like he was buying real estate.
やっぱり勝ちはなんとかその変則的な動きでもいいんです。この左も届きません平野。飛び込んだところ逆にカウンター。いいボディでしたね今。
His counterpunching and movement made it clear that the opponent was attending the Mexican School of Boxing, and class was in session.
いいですね平野ね。今度はミラーアッパー。もう一つ右アッパー。平野君としてもどうしたらいいかっていうのね。どうなんですか井岡さんが仮に。
The stoppage was a well-deserved conclusion to a textbook performance.
捕まってます平野。危ない。さあこれはダウンを完全に取りました。レフェリーのルディオルテガ。ストップですかね。いきなりストップをかけましたか。もうストップですね。ストップをかけました。平野でした。まだ、椅子に腰を下ろしまして、その傷口の手当てなど、セコンドの手当てなどを受けております挑戦者の平野。ですね、はい。それでは。
That jab just really making a mess of Steele's face, and Steele goes out of the ring, down onto the floor, and it was from a body shot. This is the second straight time that Ray Mercer has knocked a man out by knocking him completely out of the ring. And I mean out of the ring. He went over the table, over the chairs, and out. Looked like it to me. All right, we'll take a look now. Still Ray probing with the jab, then the right hand to the body. I don't remember him throwing that punch in this fight, Barry. And he knocked him right out of the ring, I'm sure Jimmy Lennon, when he sees that, will be glad that he wasn't here tonight. That's right. Because he got sat on the last time by Jeff Pegues. Now watch this ringsider come and jump right on top. Yeah, he did. I'm not quite sure what that was all about. When I first saw it, I thought maybe he was a doctor or something. But right hand to the body. Now let's take a look by comparison. Same set of ropes, same situation. There's the guy jumping on top. Now here's the fight against Pegues. This is just a month ago. Same side of the ring. This time with a head punch though. Winds up, bam. And there goes Pegues out of the ring, right onto Jimmy Lennon Jr. this time, knocking Jimmy down. Although Pegues at least managed to stay on the apron pretty much.
In his fight against George Chuvalo, Frazier won every round. This performance was one of his very best. Frazier started off relaxed under Chuvalo's pressure, as if he was just getting warmed up for a marathon. His slick head movement was a joy to watch, like watching a well-oiled machine in action. Once Frazier started punching off his head movement, he landed some vicious shots on Chuvalo. At this stage in his career, Frazier was in his prime, moving with the grace of a dancer and the power of a wrecking ball. Chuvalo, known for his insane toughness, didn't go down without a fight. He threw everything but the kitchen sink at Joe, landing a few uppercuts inside. But Frazier, with his prime-level angles, lateral movement, and intelligent pressure, made Chuvalo's face look like a roadmap. In the end, Chuvalo basically quit, revealing later that he had suffered a broken orbital bone. It was a tremendous performance, showing the boxing world that Frazier was a force to be reckoned with.
Followed by an overhand right, and Cater looking to end it right here. Smothering Sykes with punches. Oh, big right hand to the head. Sykes in all kinds of difficulty, and down he goes. 2, 4, 5. It's over. The count got to 5 by Vic Draculich, and Sam Peter has scored another spectacular knockout. You are the champion. You are the
Who's next? Continues involved. He threw a body shot earlier, and Taurus Sykes goes down. If you're going to beat Peter, you have to fight in such a way that you don't get hit with his best punch. Because you're on the
Alfredo El Perro Angulo was in classic form during his fight with Gutierrez, embodying the spirit of his nickname to the T.
Nice. What can Gutierrez do to stem the tide here of Alfredo Angulo? Oh, there it is. Hurt Angulo. There was a left hand to the chin that hurt him.
There's the answer to your question. He's a one-punch banger, Gutierrez, and that left hook.
And something was coming because he was...
I thought he was in serious trouble here. However, I thought Angulo's response was remarkable. Instead of backing down, he used the setback to fuel a fierce comeback.
Oh, he's hurt. Chops the right hand.
He's hurt.
Gutierrez is hurt. That right hand hurt him.
Yeah, let me
now
tell you.
Angulo looking to finish it off. Right to the stomach. Gutierrez hurt here in round 5. Angulo puts his hands together.
What a chin Gutierrez has. He's taking some bombs.
Right hand just missed. Gutierrez trying to hold on. Under a minute to go here in the 5th.
And what heart. He's still winging shots, Gutierrez.
Angulo goes to southpaw. Now goes back to conventional.
A lot of time left in this fight, in this round, I should say. Whether Gutierrez can knock out those cobwebs and get those cobwebs out of his head, I doubt it. Right now he's under some serious pressure.
You see the difference in the two when they had each other hurt. Angulo's much calmer and more precise with his attack.
And he digs in with a right-left combination. Right hand again. Right hand just missed. Then a left hand to the jaw. Gutierrez rocked again. Right hand across, and Gutierrez is hurt, and Tony Weeks has stopped it here in the 5th.
And that's a case of Gutierrez's chin and heart actually working against him. Had he been put down at some point or held, Weeks would likely have not stopped the fight. As it was, Gutierrez was a sitting duck for those hard shots, and Weeks felt he had no choice.
His girlfriend Jessica, mom Rebecca.
Despite being hurt, Angulo found a second wind and unleashed a powerful right hand that visibly shook Gutierrez.
On the top of the head, then on the chin, then the right hand again, and he was definitely hurt. Angulo studying the situation. This is the end, where the referee stops it. Still studying the situation.
It was impressive to see how Angulo maintained his relentless pressure. His ability to turn the fight around and keep pushing forward was a testament to his warrior spirit. While some might view the stoppage as premature, given the conditions, it was a decision made with fighter safety in mind.
Kind of at the chest and the chin. He was off balance. Obviously, he was hurt. He did not go down. Do you agree?
In the end, Angulo's comeback was nothing short of heroic. He demonstrated the kind of heart and tenacity that makes you want to shout, "This guy is a real warrior."
And can tell what's going on in there, so, I can't argue with the referee at that point.
Harold, your thoughts quickly on the stoppage.
You know, Bob, a lot of referees will let it go one knockdown. My theory on it is, you're always better off stopping it a little too soon than a little too late. I mean, this week we saw a fight where a guy took a terrible beating. We wouldn't want to see that here.
Shouldn't be.
Oh, right hand! Oh! Big right hand by Dennis Melton.
His head hit the canvas real hard. They should not let him fight anymore.
It's all over. It's all over. It's all over.
His head hit that canvas real hard when Mario Davis. There it is.
Oh, man.
Now watch when he goes down and we see pick it up and see his head hit, but that's the part that really does more damage to a fighter than the punch itself.
Look at Milton. Bingo.
He was trying to get a right hand across himself, Mario Davis was.
Well, let's meet each and every one of them one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand for contestant number 1, introducing Amanda.
This is Armanda. She's 21, lives in West Los Angeles, and her measurements are 36, 26, 36. Armanda.
Over Gibbs.
He's by no means dominating his man all the time.
Bruno unleashed a long combination that dropped Gibbs with a left hook. Bruno had power in both hands, making him the boxing equivalent of a sledgehammer with a PhD. If he lands clean, there's usually a big reaction, kind of like a fireworks show, but with less sparkle and more pain. Those short clubbing punches of his might not look like much, but they had a knack for turning sturdy legs into jelly throughout his career.
Still trying to fight back, his gum shields come out.
It's like Bruno's punches had a side job as leg stiffeners.
But he was taking a bit of punishment, and he'd been bowled over by a good right and left combination from Bruno.
Borboa, that's about 5 in a row unanswered, thrown by Borboa.
Julio Cesar Borboa. Now there's a guy who doesn't get the love he deserves. He was a bit of a forgotten champion in my opinion, but take a look at how Borboa puts his punches together here to get the knockdown.
And not only did he jump up past the junior flyweight, but past the flyweight.
He's got a left hand and a right, and down he goes on his knees. Count is at 3, he's up at 4.
Too many shots, Tom, just too many shots there.
And of course, Bloods.
He throws every punch in the book with precision, and look at Roman's face. It's looking like he just walked through a hailstorm of angry fists. You ever see a face that marked up? That's why they had to stop the fight.
In the 4th round, Julio Cesar Borboa picks up his 4th title defense, his record 22-4. With 20 knockouts now, whoever told this kid he shouldn't be champion, huh? What a magnificent little fighting machine he is.
Borboa was a fluid punch machine, just threading those punches together seamlessly. He's a very underrated fighter, and if you're a fan of smooth technical boxers, he's definitely a must-watch.
Rocky, there he is, his 5th title defense. His record goes to a sparkling 22-4 and 20 knockouts, and you talk about no wasted motion.
I'm not looking very happy. Oh, good shot. That could be it. That was a beautiful punch. It really was a tremendous left uppercut. Up at 7, but shaky, and it's waved off. Wow, that was impressive from David Starry. The distance last time.
Yes, set him up with a body shot, hurt him with the body shot, and then took his time. This is impressive. And waited for that. What a good punch.
Just
Hopkins had a fast start against Wynn.
Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, Morgan State and South Carolina State as they get ready for their tournament. There's a left that caught Wynn. It looked like more of a push. I don't think it was a solid hit.
Well, no, I think there was a right on top. That
Notice the counter right here. It was so effective it could have been part of a magic trick.
A good left hook by Hopkins and a right, and Wynn is staggered.
Hopkins always had great balance. He could probably dance the tango and land a knockout punch without missing a step.
Him down here in the 3rd.
This corner is trying to stop the fight.
They do.
It's all over. Was there anything that you wanted to do today that you didn't get a chance to get done? Get him out of here earlier than I did.
Ya le decíamos, era el retador a la corona de Jackson. Tremendo golpe de derecha a la lona.
In his final fight before facing Jackson, McClellan gave another masterclass in destruction with his 1-2 combination.
Exagerada pero muy efectiva. ¿Ve usted? Ahí está el golpe que lanzó ya McClellan apenas de rozoncito a Tyron Moore.
Prioridad de Gerald McClellan sobre Tyron Moore. De poste a poste lo ha traído. Ahí vuelve a caer un golpe leve. A Moore difícil que rebase. Pues ya no sigue la pelea. Tyron Moore, ahí está la derecha. Pues
Julian Jackson, who was in the audience, was practically drooling at the prospect of getting his hands on McClellan.
How is your hand injured? ¿Cómo está su mano lesionada? Por eso no pudo pelear aquí en el Estadio Azteca. Observen ustedes el vendaje especial que trae en su mano Julian Jackson. How is your injured? ¿Cómo está su lesión?
Well, I got a fracture in my sparring session. I heard it in my last fight.
Tuve un pequeño problema de ligamentos precisamente en mi último entrenamiento para esta función del Estadio Azteca contra uno.
Midway through round number 8, Duran now stalking, and we've seen this for 27 years. The right connects, and a standing 8 count now from Elmo Adolph, the referee. The crowd boos, but there's no question that Menifee was stunned.
Yep, out on his feet. Blood from the nose from Ray. Tony and senses this fight could
Oh, my! How did Menifee get to a knee? And Menifee says, I'm okay.
Tough.
I don't think Elmo Adolf can believe it. Duran wanted him to stop it, and he did. The crowd is upset. I think Menifee could have continued, but that was a devastating punch from Roberto Duran.
Yep. Boom, look at this shot. Wham. See how loose his body was?
Faticato il pugile toscano che stringe i denti ma è sofferente. Cassi lo costringe allo scambio ravvicinato alle corde. Conte in difficoltà. Colpito Conte e viene nuovamente contato. Grande prova di Cassi. Viene contato Conte. Vediamo se riesce ad andare avanti. Conte scuoteva il capo. Non ce la fa, non ce la fa. Parte l'asciugamano.
Snipes trying to land that right hand to the body. Wade in.
The fight between Ronaldo Snipes and Lionel Washington is a classic example of boxing theater at its finest. Snipes pulled off a move so sneaky, it should have been in a magician's handbook. He faked being hurt like he was auditioning for an Oscar, backing off as if he was hurt, luring Washington right into his trap.
Dorcas counts to 8, continues. Washington had his hands down. Snipes trying to finish him. Washington hit by a right hand. Is still stunned. His eyes still glazed. Late round 3 cannot be saved by the bell. Now Washington fights back, and Snipes, he's playing coy here. He's trying to draw him in again, but this time Washington didn't go for it.
Washington learned his lesson and didn't fall for it again at the end of the round.
Snipes was hit with a punch, kind of wobbled back to the ropes.
Washington, bless his heart, walked right into Snipes' power hand and got dropped like a sack of potatoes. This was like watching someone fall for the classic "look over there" trick, only this time it involved a hefty dose of boxing pain.
Right through the ropes.
When it comes to the finish, Snipes delivered one of the most brutal combinations ever seen. This overhand right was so packed with power, it looked like he was trying to knock Washington into the next zip code.
Ends it. 5 punches. All big ones.
All on the mark.
For good measure, Snipes even threw in a punch to the back of the head, just to ensure Washington wouldn't forget this performance anytime soon. And just when Washington was trying to figure out what hit him, Snipes threw in a brutal left hook. This was the boxing equivalent of a grand finale fireworks show.
Beautiful left and right. Then one to the body. Mixing it up by Williams. Weaver is hurt. Round 2. 1:14 to go in the round. And down goes Carl Williams. Williams is down at 1:08 of the second. He is groggy. He was down twice against John Rule in effect. And there goes Mike Weaver trying to end it all. He's in terrible shape, Chris. He's going to have to stop this fight. The second. Now, the count is at 41 seconds. One more knockdown, and the fight is over. You cannot be saved by the bell in New York State except the last round. Weaver comes out like a raging bull, throws everything on the chin. We have 25 seconds. Third time. The fight is over. And Mike Weaver becomes a gymnast, and the crowd goes crazy.
At the bottom. Williams enters a hard right to the side of the head. Jesse Ferguson is down and may not get up. It was a wicked right to the side of the head, and Jesse trying to find the energy, trying to find the concentration to stand, and he...
Sosa calm, under control, very confident. So confident that he drops his hands. Maybe a little too confident.
I've seen guys drop their hands, but he drops his so far down, they're going to have to clean the rosin off.
Combinations by Sosa. Sosa just working over Paul Davis. Davis just keeps going lower and lower on the ropes. Next stop, the canvas.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow, look at him stagger around. That's it. Arthur Mercanti says no more. He'd have been better off taking the 8 count on the canvas.
Sam, he is completely out of control. Would you say that this Sosa is a prospect?
Oh, man, the way he showed from the opening bell, he was all over Davis, just banging away at him.
And Sam, he wasn't in with an opponent. He was in with a guy with a strong winning record.
Marquis Sosa was a contender in the 1990s, and I really like this knockout from him when he was on the way up. Watch his feet during the sequence, how he changes his stance.
Guy, you think he'd want to fight outside, but he just...
Davis just kept going lower and lower.
Just waited for him to expose himself a little bit, and bang.
The left hand was a great shot, but notice Davis is not trying to get off the ropes or countering.
From the opening bell, Davis backed up against the ropes, unable to get off because no matter which way he moved, there was Sosa's fist.
Well, see, there's a kid that's an athlete, too. That last left hook, it wasn't really a left hook because he had switched to southpaw. I mean, he's very, very loose, very relaxed in the ring. We mentioned how he had his hands down almost to the floor, to the canvas.
Davis grumbled about the stoppage, but he looked like he'd had one too many at a Saturday night bar. He wobbled and zigzagged, looking more like he was auditioning for a role in a drunken limbo contest than a professional fight.
Class and giving away 9.5 pounds in weight, and it's not so easy. Something on, and it's Piper the puncher who's gone over. Well, he's been throwing those wild right-hand punches. Sooner or later it has to land, and he stopped it in the 3rd round. What a turn-up for the book that is. Now, he didn't come in the ring at 10-1 on favourite. Now, 2 angles in replay now. Here, Barry.
Yeah, that right hand done the damage. Then the second one just hit him right on the point of the chin. That was the end of the fight. I think the referee done the waist thing in stopping the fight. He was really badly hurt here.
Yeah,
see it from another angle.
The overhead camera. He didn't. I mean, that second right hand. I can't understand why Piper didn't immediately get his arms up. He didn't quite know what was happening.
George Scott was clearly out of his league against Bruno and was sent to the canvas quicker than a flat tire.
And Scott already covering up and going down. And looks extremely hurt. Oh dear.
Bruno came in with a flurry of feints and landed a clean right hand that put Scott down. Again. At this point, I think the referee should have just handed Scott a souvenir. I survived Bruno t-shirt and called it a day.
And like 1 or 2 opponents already who've met Bruno, they lose heart very quickly. He's had 2 one-round wins already, Bruno. This might be the 3rd. He's still got half a minute to finish it.
Eventually, the referee decided to end the fight before Scott got turned into a human pancake.
Decided that Scott is in no fit state to continue, and I don't think Scott wanted to. 5. And this is how it all finished, with Scott trying to cover up and really doing nothing except trying to keep himself from real trouble.
With Pedro Fernandez and Pedro. Oh, good right hand by Sullivan. This could be the beginning of the end for Carl Sullivan right here. Halfway out of the ring.
He's in bad trouble.
That looked like the most devastating punch of the fight by Holmes. I don't know if Sullivan's going to be able to continue here.
Oh, no.
And the fight has been stopped.
Ike Padilla didn't waste any time showing Tony Frazier that size isn't everything, at least not when you know how to get inside and do some damage.
Sam, I can't rule in any fight, but Randy's up, down goes Tony Frazier.
Up quickly.
Right from the opening bell, Padilla was on Frazier like a dog on a bone, jumping him early in the first round and dropping him with some vicious hooks on the inside.
One and Sid Martin, who worked with me and Griffith, is the other. But it doesn't seem to me that they taught Tony Frazier too much because he punches with his chin up.
Frazier, bless him, had his chin up like he was trying to catch raindrops with it, and Padilla made him pay the price for the amateur mistake with a second knockdown that left Frazier wondering what just hit him.
Chin way up in the air.
Frazier down for the second time and may not get up this time. 5, 6. He's up at 7. 8.
Padilla was like a buzzsaw getting right into the kitchen of the bigger man and going to work.
Here comes Padilla. One more and it's over. And it comes at any second. He's down. It was more of a...
It was a textbook example of how to fight a bigger opponent who doesn't know how to handle himself on the inside.
There's the right hand landing.
Frazier might have had the reach, but when your chin's in the air and you can't handle the close quarters combat, all that extra height just makes it easier for your opponent to find you.
For an encore for the third one.
Well, it looked like he could have stayed.
And find him, Padilla did. Frazier was clearly out of his league, like a giraffe trying to box in a phone booth.
Right hand, left hook. We mentioned that Frazier fought with his chin up in the air. You can't keep your chin up in the air.
So the lesson here, when you're up against a bigger fighter who can't fight on the inside, do exactly what Padilla did. Get inside, stay busy, and keep the hooks coming until the ref decides they've had enough. After all, it's not the size of the fighter that matters, it's the size of the fight in him. And Padilla, he had plenty.
And 14 seconds of the first round, and a winner by a TKO.
British champion Gary Mason learned the hard way that facing Lennox Lewis was like trying to outbox a grizzly bear. Mason was getting outboxed so badly, he must have wondered if someone had switched the rulebook on him. Lewis's right hands weren't doing him any favors either.
He's taking too much and he's badly hurt. He screwed his face up in pain, and I really do think this is going to have to be brought to an end in a minute. But Mason is having one last desperate go in round 7.
But you've got to hand it to Mason. He had the heart of a lion. The referee mercifully stopped the fight after it became clear that Mason was one more right hand away from a permanent vacation.
Nice right hook. He leapt in with that right hook, and down goes Pat Lawler.
6, Pat. 7.
Well, that's it.
8.
That looked like Floyd Patterson lunging it into Mario Hansen, and Pat Lawler will not get up.
Now he's going downstairs the whole time. There he saw an opening, picked it out before he stepped, took a shot with it, and it landed perfectly. You know, it's just like in so many other sports, you can't key on one thing. Rosenblatt had been going to the body the entire fight. You can understand why Lawler would be concerned with it, and then he's going to taste it upstairs.
Let's just hear it.
Make him pay, Todd. Come on.
La acción del round 8. Leonel tiene que fajarse con él, echar el resto porque a estas alturas la situación es muy crítica para él. El trabajo de Arguello ha sido demoledor. Se cayó Leonel.
Arguello was a master at making his right hand a weapon of precision. It was like he had a built-in alarm clock set to go off the moment his opponent thought, hey, I'm doing pretty good here. The moment he dropped his opponent, his killer instinct kicked in like he just saw the last slice of pizza at a party. He didn't rush recklessly and smother himself. Oh no, he was calculated, like a cat playing with a mouse. Only his version of play involved a lot more pain. Notice how Arguello is mixing in some hard bolo punches to the body in his combination here. Those body shots often had his opponents questioning their life choices up to that point. Liston demonstrated that his short right hook was still deadly in his fight against Dave Baker.
That's the difference between winning and losing a fight. When you make the guy miss, you have to make him pay.
Very inexperienced Melvin Porter shaken up by a left hook by Gray, who's all over him. Porter in trouble.
The punch that got him in trouble, Sam, was a punch to the body.
In his fight against Melvin Porter, Alton Gray showcased a devastating right hand that left a lasting impression.
Sharp jab rocks Porter back. And the right hand sends him almost through the ropes.
The first knockdown came from a lead right hand that landed with precision and power, sending Porter crashing to the canvas. It was a textbook example of how effective timing and accuracy can be in a fight.
Set to continue. Good left hook by Gray, who's taking charge of this fight. Melvin Porter
It's just about over, Sam. Porter.
Malovienko set to stop it. And that's it. Another standing 8 count.
3, 4, 5.
Porter trying to collect himself.
7.
One more will end the fight. A third standing 8 count or a knockdown would end this bout.
And Sam, it seems like the will has just about gone out of Porter.
That's it. It's over.
Kevin Rooney, known for training Mike Tyson, was in Gray's corner, and his influence was evident in Gray's performance.
Very important win for Alton Gray.
Let's take a look and see where he hurt. That was a big right hand on the chin. On the chin.
He's out. It's all over.
Bill Brown rallies in round number 8 here.
There's no need to count. Again, smashing through. Again, right over the arms. Another smashing right, and just he collapses there.
Against John Mugabe for the WBO middleweight title, McClellan's right hand was like a wrecking ball.
And he's had 41 of them. He's won 38. And he's hurt a right hand from the young man McClellan. And Mugabe's over in the opening 30 seconds. Mugabe is 31 years old now and looking very vulnerable to anything that hits him on the chin. So this WBO middleweight championship already proving to be quite something. The older man in the white trunks. Not a hair on his head.
Mugabe's survival skills were tested to the max, but McClellan's relentless pressure made it clear he wasn't interested in a polite contest.
Albert Hall tonight, and he's gone again, and Mugabe won't survive this. It's the first round, and he doesn't know where he is. He's up at 7. The former world light middleweight champion, now all too vulnerable to heavy punching. And McClellan of the United States has won the vacant World Boxing Organization title in under 3 minutes. And Mugabe hardly ever laid a glove on him. That is a very, very upsetting performance indeed from Mugabe, but a triumph for the American 24-year-old Gerald McClellan.
The fight between Cowie and Davis was the kind of war that leaves you both cringing and cheering at the same time. Right from round 1, Cowie made it clear he wasn't there to play nice.
As Cowie lands to the head of Davis.
He landed a vicious uppercut there that seemed to lift Davis off his feet, followed immediately by a thunderous right hand that sent Davis crashing to the canvas.
Backs it over. Davis says he's all right. Let's see. Well, they'll continue. And here is Cowie looking to end it.
I don't think he was all right. I don't understand what Tony Perez is doing. He's just going to get a terrific shellacking on the rope.
10 seconds remaining. Round 1 as Davis looks to hang on. And it appears he will last it out.
He doesn't know where he's at. He can't barely get, look at that. That's enough to stop the fight. When you see a guy can't even control his feet, can't even control his legs, what in the world is he waiting for?
Well, let's see. Perez is thinking about it. No, apparently he's going to let the bout continue.
Maybe the doctor will stop it. The doctor looks very doubtful. He's conferring with Tony, shaking his head.
Bertie, I wonder what the effect would be of the recent tragedy.
It was the kind of knockdown that makes you wonder if someone should double-check the ring floor to make sure it's still intact. Brutal doesn't even begin to describe it. It was like Cowie had just thrown down a marker saying, "This is my ring, and you're just visiting." Davis showed a lot of heart in the fight. He got back into it and gave as good as he got until the 11th round.
To finish him, Davis in big trouble. Down he goes. Tony Perez moving. Bowie to a neutral corner. And let's see how Perez plays it now.
That's it. This time, Rappaport screaming. He's out.
Dwight Muhammad Bowie, after putting Eddie Davis down in round 1, has ended it in round 11.
Cowie's relentlessness finally pays off and was just too much for Davis. Eddie Davis earned every ounce of respect that night for the way he fought back, but Cowie was a force of nature. His toughness and relentless pressure were what ultimately sealed the deal, showing why he was one of the most feared fighters in the ring in this era.
Tony, with everything that happened, I was very concerned. He looked so bad in that first round. I thought you should have stopped it, and I said it rather hard to the audience. I'd like to hear your view of it. Why didn't you stop it?
Well, it's very simple. I talked to the man, and he answered my questions very correctly, and he was very awake, so I let him continue. I gave him another chance.
Of course, the second time, he didn't answer you correctly, and you stopped it.
The second time, he didn't know where he was. I talked to him, and he turned his eyes on me, and his eyes were back, his eyes glassy, and his legs rubbery. That's what I stopped the fight.
Once again, proving that the men in the ring know better than anyone.
Ja, so schnell geht das mit dem Marcus Gonzalez aus Laredo in Mexiko. Da liegt er auf dem Rücken. Und da wird er sich nicht mehr wiederholen. Das sind schon die Betreuer in den Ring. Der Kampf ist aus. Chabalala, zweimal Luft geschlagen und auf den Punkt. Mit der linken, da gab es keine Gnade. Schauen Sie hier. Wie ein...
Prince Nazim Hamed!
Hamed put on another show in the fight, and it was clear from the start that this one wouldn't last long.
Well, you saw Nazim Hamed start off.
The crowd found it funny when the Prince overextended on a right hand. You'd think he was trying to punch the guy in the next zip code. After some more showboating, because why not?
Oh, he's a tremendous prospect. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
The Prince ended the fight with one of his signature strange combinations.
Left, got him. And that's it, a third successive second round win here.
Then, of course, came the acrobatics and breakdancing. Honestly, at this point, you're half expecting him to pull out a magic trick.
Dancing. It'd be funny if he broke a leg one day, wouldn't it? Well, not funny, but some people might say.
And here is contestant number 2, half and a half for Tanya.
Contestant number 2 is Tanya. The lady is 24 years of age, lives in Norwalk, 36-24-36, transferring, a student at San Francisco University.
I like this KO for a few reasons. First, it demonstrates the difference in speed and how important that can be in a fight. Anwar, caught off guard by the sheer velocity of Sheikha's attack, was sent to the canvas. Secondly, the left hook exchange was a clear demonstration of good and bad technique.
Punches together, and Sheikha's making the same mistake that allowed him to score on O'Shannah. He counts by Sheikha. O'Shannah takes a knee, and the referee has stopped it. The referee figured that there's been enough knockdowns, and it's continuing that way. He had it in his mind, it looked like, if there's another knockdown, I'm stopping this.
Omar timed his own left hook perfectly, landing 2 solid shots that connected with precision. Each left hook was delivered with impeccable timing, landing cleanly as Anwar was in mid-motion with his own punches.
Now here you can see he's throwing, but he's throwing wide punches, and what Sheikha did was he punched in between. He threw a short left hook, and he was able to catch O'Shannah with his right hand down.
In essence, Sheikha's performance was a textbook example of how combining speed with strategic timing can overwhelm an opponent.
Lost it in a cracking fight. Good right there from Chozo. Following up here, good punches. Schaefer forced to cover, and a good right hand, and he's gone. He's on the floor here, round 2. He looks in a bad way.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's all over. Well, the referee giving him about 20, and Kenny Schaefer doesn't want to know. Next punch. That's it. And then the right hand. So a good performance there, good finish anyway by Krzysztof Chozo.
Both fighters used up round 1 in trying to figure each other's style.
Patterson faced unbeaten Roy Harris and got dropped by an uppercut early.
Harris scores the first knockdown of the fight, but it knocks the champion down, who takes a 3 count and is up fighting.
Patterson's punch resistance wasn't great, but his heart was as big as his ambition. He got up, returned fire, and turned the fight around with explosive combinations.
Canvas. Only once in his career has he been down, and that was against Bob Baker. He got up and won the bout over the 10-round route. Callahan counting to 8, and puts Harris down for the first time in the bout.
Dropping Harris twice in the 8th round. It was a comeback performance that made you think Patterson had a secret superhero identity.
Mushy Callahan, the referee, moves Patterson to a neutral corner, and the second knockdown, a thing of beauty on the part of the champion, Floyd Patterson. The fight has been stopped. It's all over. Floyd Patterson remains king of the heavyweights after a bruising, exciting battle before 17,000 fans. Floyd Patterson, the smooth and relentless stalker, had a battle on his hands tonight as Roy Harris, the pride of Cut and Shoot, Texas, does himself proud.
Mead, of course, is the current British heavyweight champion. And Bruno will do well to stop him because Moore's only been stopped 5 times.
Bruno really hurt Moore with his jab. He then unleashed a double jab that set up a crushing right hand right on the noggin.
Good punches left and a right. Oh, that was a good combination from Bruno. And he was quick for a big man.
I've taken a few punches in that exact spot, and let me tell you, it's a kind of pain that makes you question your life choices. It doesn't knock you out, but it does make you reconsider your plans for the rest of the day. Moore's legs were still shaking after the fight, probably still trying to remember which way was up.
Now just look at those 2 punches, the long left and then the finishing right hand.
Oh, and these are nice punches, and down goes Crook from an uppercut. Well, that's a big moment in the round for Billy Schwer. We're halfway through it. Good right back from Crook, and they once again, though, Schwer connects a right hand, left hook. That's the second time in this round that Carl Crook now bleeding badly. Both eyes and the nose. He's been on the floor twice now in this round. Oh, and he's gone again, right on the bell. Crook has gone over. And he'll be allowed to go back to his corner. Well, it's all over. Freddie King has retired. Carl Crook in the corner. Billy Schwer, the new British and Commonwealth lightweight champion.
First part of our NBC boxing doubleheader. Later on Sports World, Vinny Pazienza. Vinny Bergese, good uppercut by Jones. That stunned Johnson, but still remains on his feet.
But by a shade.
Young Roy Jones had talent so insane it could have been committed to an asylum.
He's in trouble. And of course, Jones wants his knockout.
Johnson has never been down. Looking very shaky, though.
Check out that hand speed. Jones was so far ahead of his opponents, he might as well have been fighting in a different time zone.
The left,
which is illegal. The referee looking at this very, very sharply, almost as if to say a couple of more of those and I'm stopping this. That's it. He does.
Yes, it is all over. Randy Newman stopping the bout and the final minute of the 8th and final round.
In this fight, he treated Stephen Johnson's head like a speed bag, except the speed bag didn't hit back.
comes up with the technical knockout of Stefan Johnson. Well, although it was a clear-cut, overwhelming performance by Jones.
Coliseo de Ruben Rodriguez, the setting of the former heavyweight champion of the world, and against a tough and ready Rousseau, young Rousseau. Sheldon catches Craig. Good left and right spread to the east. He better answer some punches with the left hand. Now a big left hook by Craig. Craig is getting punished out of the body and the head. Down goes Craig. Count is up to 3 and 4. He'll be able to get up, and he took a vicious shot. And 6 and 7. He's clear. I think he'll be all right to continue. No, that's it. It's all over. Craig has taken enough hits.
Sonny Banks, who gave Ali a scare that could have been a horror movie. From the get-go, it was clear that Banks' best punch was his left hook, and he was going to throw it more often than a kid throws tantrums. Banks managed to land a few solid shots, and this was a classic case of Ali learning the hard way.
There goes Clay on the floor. He's got to take the mandatory 8 count. Ruby Goldstein ruled it no knockdown.
Ali wasn't quite the boxing wizard yet, more like a wizard in training. He took a few punches, figured out Banks' strategy, and then decided to make Banks' left hook a permanent feature of his I'm Not Falling for That Again collection.
Now the knockdowns are even. 15 seconds to go in the round. Now Clay seems to be coming on a little bit. Rocked a little more. Close to glory when he had Clay on the floor in the first round, but
the middle rounds. In fact, he did hurt Montana. Oh, and Montana put down. Montana hurt with a short blow by Chacon.
He's not getting up.
All over. Bobby Chacon has continued his up and down career.
What happened to him, what happened to Montana is he ran into a punch just before that, just as he was coming in. So often that happens that you run into a punch, and it was too much for him. I think it was the exhaustion. Let's look from the top and see we see it. See that punch right there? There it goes. That's the one that nailed him. And down he goes. Just in the process of throwing a punch, he gets hit with a punch.
Have you ever seen a punch so powerful it looks like it knocked the soul right out of somebody's body? That's exactly what happened in this fight.
It happens one round, one night, one punch. There's a little
good combination from Santiago.
In and out, and some up and down movement. Going to the body and to the head.
Right hand. And that hurt him. It's over.
Yep.
That's
wow.
Just like that.
Out of nowhere, Gutierrez lands a right hand on Santiago that's so clean it might as well have come with a receipt. Santiago's whole body seemed to hit the pause button. The referee was on point, jumping in like he was trying to save Santiago from getting a one-way ticket to La La Land. You could almost see Santiago's spirit doing a slow-motion exit, waving goodbye as it floated away. It was a punch so perfect, it made you wonder if Gutierrez had secretly been practicing his aim on a cosmic level. This is why boxing is so exciting, because at any moment something like this can happen. 1 second you're in a fight, and the next, you're getting your soul gently nudged out the door. George Scott was clearly out of his league against Bruno and was sent to the canvas quicker than a flat tire.
And Scott already covering up and going down. And looks extremely hurt. Oh dear.
Bruno came in with a flurry of feints and landed a clean right hand that put Scott down. Again. At this point, I think the referee should have just handed Scott a souvenir. I survived Bruno t-shirt and called it a day.
And like one or two opponents already who've met Bruno, they lose heart very quickly. He's had 2 one-round wins already, Bruno. This might be the third. He's still got half a minute to finish it.
Eventually, the referee decided to end the fight before Scott got turned into a human pancake.
Decided that Scott is in no fit state to continue, and I don't think Scott wanted to. 5. And this is how it all finished, with Scott trying to cover up and really doing nothing except trying to keep himself from real trouble.
Again, that's the bread and butter, but he can also put you out with the right hand. There it is! Oh, we're just talking about that. Oh, boom! There it was. Bialba hits the canvas. He looks like he's 100%, but that was a great knockdown by Irwin here in the second round.
Now you got to watch Bialba. Watch his eyes and look at his legs. He's bouncing, so he's fine.
Round number 8. Irwin throws a left bomb that connects. It looks like it could be Buenas noches, Senor Bialba.
Well, he made a mistake of trying to mix it up with Irwin. First of all, when he had him in the corner there.
He's not getting up.
No.
No way. He's done. Billy Irwin has knocked him out. We were wondering if the knockout power was there. Make it a dirty dozen for Billy Irwin. 12 knockouts in 18 fights. Off the left. Nothing. Then boom! There it is.
But leverage in it.
We've seen a lot of upper body. There it is. Holy smoke. Great shoulder turn and boom. Down went Bialba. Oh, jeez.
Boy, that was a solid left hook.
And boy, does this ever set up a war. May the 2nd in Toronto. If you can't get to the fight, it will be live on Viewer's Choice pay-per-view. Oh, boy, you've got to be concerned if you look at Bialba at this point. He's out. You can see the eyes moving, which is good. No, that's always positive to see the guy move in the corner. Trying to get some coldness there as a damp towel is applied. Toe-to-toe, it will not go the distance, Spider.
Bombs away, man. These guys are both tremendous power punch.
左を当てて、おっと、ワンツーダウン。一瞬の隙ですよね。カウンターになったようです。
Notice Lopez's back foot in this replay. As soon as it touches the ground, he fires the shot. This is a textbook example of great timing. It's almost like Lopez has a built-in stopwatch for his punches. In the second round, Lopez picks up right where he left off.
でしょうね。なるほど、なるほど。おっと、左ダウン。立ち上がりました。立ち上がりました。
One thing that makes Lopez an incredible finisher is his patience when he has his man hurt. It's like he's auditioning for a role as a cat playing with a mouse. Everything Lopez does in the ring has a purpose. Nothing is wasted. He's like a well-oiled boxing machine, except he's way more charming.
相手が悪い。
Has a Bachelor of Science degree in Information Systems Management.
Introducing Lisa.
Number 3, contestant number 3 is Lisa, who is 20 from Ontario. She goes to Mount San Antonio College. She's a model, would like to continue working in that area.
Michael Spinks, who many argue is the greatest 175-pounder of all time, had every punch in the book, and he was clearly the top student. Watch out for his counter hook.
And it took 50 minutes to shed it, and this may cause him to tire. There was a punch. Ooh, so tempting when a backwards turn. And Zach Clayton having his problem.
That shot was so smooth it could have been served with a side of fries.
Oh, we're getting a mandatory 8 count. Make it a standing. Believe me, friends, it is not in the rule book. In amateur boxing, it is. Ooh, now down to the knee, and this is a knockdown. Coming with 1:57 remaining in the 8th round of the scheduled 15-rounder. Hired is Murray Sutherland of Lansing and Bay City, Michigan. The 3 knockdown rule is in effect. Should a fighter go down 3 times in a round, the fight is over. Trying to protect himself and going down, and that's it. Zach Clayton. Murray Sutherland. Sapped, no doubt, from having to lose the weight.
When Spink throws a counter hook, it's like he's delivering a punch with a personal note attached. Congratulations, you've just been knocked out. Once you're hurt against Spinks, it's like being a sitting duck at a shooting gallery. Spinks is such a skilled operator with so much variety and power in his shots that it's like trying to dodge a hurricane with an umbrella.
those shots.
Spinks looked like a cold-blooded killer in there, making every punch count and leaving no doubt about who the real boss was. The final left hook lands on the temple, and it was a thing of beauty.
Here's a lot of punches by the champion, Michael Spinks. I'll tell you, he's a banger and a very difficult man to fight. The official knockout time came at 1:24 of the 8th round.
It's not even normally his major punch, but here against Tommy Small, he has found a home for it.
Well, he told us on the deuce that he wanted to get off to a quick start. Spent 3 weeks in preparation, and Small is down. Oh, he's in trouble. This fight will not go on. And Johnson with the call. 7, 8, 9, 10. Kiss that baby goodbye. Aaron Davis has scored the second first-round knockout.
Him. Here is the end of the fight. When he knocked down Small, it really hurt him. Good uppercut on the inside. Beautiful left uppercut. Sends him down. Look at his legs shaking here, Tommy Small. And you know a man is hurt when that happens. You'll see the nice little short left uppercut in here by Davis. Beautiful punch. Got him right on the jaw and sent Tommy Small down. And he would not get up from this, or at least not in time in any case. It's an impressive win for Aaron Davis. And from yet another angle, we will see that left uppercut again. Lands right on the jaw, and he kind of pushes Small, but it didn't matter. You can see Tommy Small not going to get up. He was shook and shook badly from that punch.
Good to see that Small is standing. They brought him up, had him on the stool, and Aaron Davis is winner. He picks up his 27th.
Ellis, the classic stylist, the boxer.
Ellis got off to a good start, using the strategy of winning from the outside.
Ellis got in a good left and a good right, up to the head of Frazier.
But this was Frazier at his absolute prime. If you're asking me, I wouldn't pick any heavyweight in history to beat Joe at this point, unless they had a magic wand.
The Dundee strategy, whether or not it would work if effective. Good left by Frazier. Ellis hurt. Ellis holding on. Ellis definitely hurt against the ropes. Staggered, rubbery leg, glassy eye. Frazier after. Sudden turn in the fortunes of the event.
One thing that's amazing about Frazier is that while everyone knew about his left hook, no one could dodge it in his prime.
That did it. From that point on, as you saw, Jimmy Ellis in desperate trouble.
Ellis had an insanely good chin and a massive heart. It was like he'd been training with rocks instead of weights.
And Ellis is in real trouble. You saw him stagger. He's fighting back. But Frazier's in definite command. Keeping Frazier in the center of the ring. Not there. He's against the ropes now. Trying to come out. Coming into Frazier. Has a left hook to Ellis's chin. Ellis is in trouble again against those ropes. If he stays against those ropes, he is to be devastated. Less than a minute left in round 4. Frazier giving it to him and giving it to him. A right there. A left that missed. Another right that connected. Down goes Ellis. Down goes Ellis. He is beaten. Jimmy Ellis is going to try to get up.
Frazier shortened his shots and landed a nice right inside that floored Ellis. Ellis made a big mistake, though. Instinct took over, and he started trading with Frazier inside.
Frazier again with the left. Ellis standing there. Oh! A tremendous left hook, and he cannot be saved by the bell. He cannot be saved by the bell. This fight may be over. Ellis with tremendous courage.
It was like bringing a pillow to a fistfight. I have no idea how Ellis got up. Angelo Dundee realized Ellis had no chance and wisely pulled him out. It was like pulling your friend out of a game of dodgeball before they get pelted with every ball in the gym.
Call Tony Perez. Over. It is over. A knockout in the 4th round under New York State rules. Ellis with tremendous courage.
Elvis Perez had a promising start to his boxing career, showing some real potential in his early bouts. I like how he effectively covered distance with a precise 1-2 combination to score the first knockdown. It was a textbook example of how to close in on an opponent and make your punches count.
On the bicycle. And down he goes, and that's it. The fight is over. 3 knockdowns here in the first round, and Elvis Perez has stopped Pedro Torres.
And here's the first knockdown. He does it with a right hand. He sets it up with that jab and then fires the right hand right from the shoulder, straight and down the middle, and it catches Torres on the chin.
His relentless pursuit and accurate right hand led to a second and third knockdown, securing the win under the 3 knockdown rule. This was a sweet right hand. Despite these promising performances, Perez's career didn't quite reach the heights that many had hoped for.
McGurden sparring. Torres on Dream Street.
Jackson in the red, very patient. Oh, straight right hand. Both lightning. Wow.
And Carlton Speedy Brown. The count is 8. And he gets up there. Let's see.
One thing I like about Jackson is that he was a dedicated body puncher. That right hand was set up with a right to the body.
Count continues even after the foul. Here it goes.
Right hand. Bang. Right on the chin.
Like a piece of lightning, Sam. It just went straight out there, as straight as an arrow.
Notice Jackson throwing body shots at his combinations as he goes for the finish. He's like a chef preparing a feast, but instead of food, he's serving up body shots.
Jackson off him, but can't do it. We are under 10 seconds to go in round 1. Brown trying to survive the round here. And down he goes. The count will continue.
You should stop the fight because...
Count is 3. Count is 5. Count is 8. He is up. That's where you see the count continuing.
Started our show tonight. I was talking with some of the knowledgeable people around ringside. They said, you know, if Tucker were back in the New York, Boston, Philadelphia area, he would get more ink and more publicity. Living in Beverly Hills is swank, friend. Don't misunderstand me. But he is not getting the kind of publicity that a guy of his reputation and ability should get. Thomas is in trouble.
I think it's almost all she wrote here.
Not unexpected, I might add. Thomas is down. I don't know if he's going to get up.
Oh, this is it. If he gets up, Tucker better leave. He took a tremendous left hook on his way down.
Dr. Robert Carnes is coming into the ring. He is not badly hurt. He took a steady barrage of punches. This is just before the finish. He's all but helpless. That left hook sending him to the canvas, and he was sprawled there. The doctors came in to check him very quickly, and of course there was never a question but Lou Moret, the referee, was going to stop this bout.
In his 44th fight, Chavez took on fellow Mexican Mario Martinez for the WBC Super Featherweight title. This bout was an action-packed spectacle, with Martinez willing to engage in a firefight with Chavez. Only to come out worse each time. Chavez was a maestro of inside fighting, covering every angle like he had a personal map of Martinez's vulnerabilities.
Dramatic fight. Mario Martinez's face is a mask of blood.
By the 8th round, Chavez's relentless pressure had Martinez looking more like a piñata than a boxer. The stoppage seemed fair. Martinez was game but outclassed, and it was becoming clear that Chavez was in a league of his own.
Yeah, you see, talking about workouts and warm-ups, Nicky, you know, he's starting to go for it a bit now, Mackenzie. This is not a gymnasium workout. Oh, no, he's extending himself. Oh, perfect right-hand punch there. Oh, dear. I'm amazed that he rolled up like that. Well, that should be it, I think. Yeah, it was a smart move there, Hargreaves. Walked away, the referee had to catch up with him. He made a couple of seconds of that.
Need to cling on now, not give Duke any room, any leverage.
No, it's all over by the shouting, and it isn't any shouting because the crowd know it, and I think Hargreaves knows it, and now the referee knows it. It's all over in the 3rd round.
Duke McKenzie displayed sharp instincts in his fight against Mark Hargreaves, catching him overextending after a punch and landing a brutal right hand in response. The timing was perfect, and the power behind that punch was undeniable. Hargreaves showed a lot of heart by getting up after such a heavy knockdown, but the damage was evident. The referee, recognizing how severe the knockdown was, made the call to stop the fight after McKenzie's next attack, protecting Hargreaves from further punishment.
Yeah, it's accurate stuff.
Yeah, it's all over. He did it well there, the referee, exactly at the right time.
Yeah, never overextend like this in a boxing ring.
Yeah, felt very, very strong, very moody. You know, just in tune, Gary, ready to fight.
Lennox Lewis then introduced Calvin Jones to the canvas with one of his devastating right hooks. Lewis had power that could make a statue rethink its stance. Standing in front of him without moving was like volunteering to be the crash test dummy. Jones didn't just get knocked down, he got clubbed into the ground like Lewis was driving a tent peg.
If he can stop Peter Dunne, that will say something.
Yeah, that was, he just nicked him with a left hook, a lovely punch.
Well, there's the breakthrough. Tony Doherty floors Peter Dunne in the opener. He's very resilient and stubborn usually.
Tony Doherty may not have reached the heights he hoped for in his pro career, but his beatdown of Peter Dunne is one fight that stands out due to its sheer one-sidedness. I like seeing the 1-2-3 combination workout, and that was a nice hook for the first knockdown.
The fans that he always brings to the show, but that was a beauty. Just finishing on that left hook, bang on the button. And although Dunne wasn't seriously hurt, you can see a genuine knockdown.
Against better opposition. This is only his 11th fight, and what a lovely straight right hand. And Peter Dunne is being hit from all angles and almost went down again here in the second. He clings on, falls into his corner post, and he looks like he's wants to be somewhere else.
See, Doherty standing off slightly, giving himself the room to punch. Doing the job perfectly now. Oh, beautiful right hand.
Perfect. Down goes Dunne for the second time. The Doherty clan lead the celebrations around us at ringside. He's so brave, so honest, and game, Peter Dunne. He wants to go on, but the legs are buckling, and surely Tony Doherty is on the verge of a very impressive stoppage win here.
I think it's time to get Dunne out of there. That was taking him full. Get him out of there. That punch, that last punch should not have landed at him. He should have been out of there. Nothing to offer. It was target practice for Doherty. He should have been out of there. That, as I say, that final punch should not have landed.
Second round knockout win for Tony Doherty, who wanted that from the opening bell. Peter Dunne taking that final flooring quite.
This fight was just target practice. I'm not sure Doherty missed with any power punches. The final knockdown was brutal, a right hand over the top.
Getting the rounds lately, but he went out with a different idea tonight.
Yeah, well, as I was saying last week, he settled for a points victory, but this time he wanted another stoppage on the card, and he would not be denied. The right hand was working beautifully, landing bang on the target. And at this point, I think Dunne really knew the writing was on the wall. I mean, that was a full-blooded shot. That was good enough to finish off most fights at this level.
And this was the one that maybe he shouldn't have needed to take.
Yeah, well, at this point, the referee, there was a punch here which rocked his head. Now, that's the one the referee, for me, should have called a halt then. Definitely by now he should have called a halt. Bang, that's the one that for me didn't have to land. The job was done, it was all over. As I say, nothing left to offer, but thankfully he's a tough old goat and no serious damage. But at this point it was flailing, and that was a cruncher. The finishing punch was a beauty.
Peter Dunne down in the first, twice in the second. A very exciting Tony Doherty tonight. 11 out of 11. Maybe he is the best prospect.
Not a lot of heavyweights, so it's not as if he went through the rigorous. Oh, right hand there, got Crow on the chin.
See, and that's the difference of not just the chin, but the punching power. Crow had just caught Peter before that, but like we talked about earlier, he doesn't have the power to hurt Peter. He had just caught Peter, and Peter came right back and caught Crow, and his punch, all it's obvious, was much more effective.
Crow has only been knocked out once. That was by Devaro Williamson. Peter moving in. Oh, good straight right hand, and that's it. There's no 3 knockdown rule, but that's it. Referee Victor Allegria wisely stopped it. Straight right hand got things going for Samuel Peter.
Now you're going to see a counter. See a left hand counter by Crow, but then he pulls back, and right back, Peter catches him a shot, and his shot, carries a lot more weight. Here's another shot of it. You can see the counter with the left hand by Crow, but he poses, he admires his work. You can't do that with a big puncher. Peter comes right back, and his punch is much heavier. and here's the end of the fight. Nothing fancy. Just get close to your man's hurt, and let those heavy hands go.
In his fight against Elner Rush, Liston was able to set up his right hand at will.
Overhand right. Rush is on the canvas.
He was so precise it was like watching a sniper pick his shots.
Goes Rush. Liston is truly explosive tonight. Now Liston lands a right uppercut flush on the jaw. That's it. That punch had finish written all over it.
Good right hand through the middle there from Neville Brown, trying to club home a few right crosses as well, and he'll have to cover up here, McDonald. Body shots mixed in. It's a fair old repertoire here from the former champion. Looking here to ram the resistance out of Errol McDonald. He's covered up well for the most part, though, over there, McDonald. All the body shots look hurtful. There's three of them in towards the ribcage. Right uppercut. There was a left hook. He might go here, McDonald. This could be the end of it. What will referee Roy Snipe do here? He's up with the count at 4, but he's on unsteady legs. It was a result, really, of those 3 shots to the body. Couple of head ones as well. He takes a close look, the referee. Can Brown finish it here? Oh, a right hand. And I think that might end the argument. Oh, he's got to stop it. He must stop it. He does stop it quite correctly. And Neville Brown is back with an impressive performance. And
Neville Brown was one of those fighters who always made sure you got your money's worth. Seriously, if you were in the audience, you might as well have been holding a popcorn bucket. Now, let's talk about those body shots. Oh man, did Brown know how to work the body. He wasn't just throwing punches. He was practically chiseling away at McDonald like he was a sculptor and McDonald was a block of marble. Brown knew what he was doing. He softened up McDonald with those brutal shots to the body, like tenderizing a steak before throwing it on the grill. And once McDonald was softened up, Brown went upstairs with a few well-placed shots to the head. And boom, down goes McDonald. That final right hand, wow. If you blinked, you missed it. But you definitely heard it. That punch landed like a sledgehammer smashing through a wall. It was the kind of punch that makes you want to check your own chin just to make sure you're okay.
Throw the punches that counted.
Brown, incidentally, would have been back a bit sooner, only he broke his foot playing football. That kept him out for 2 months as well. Stick to the boxing, Nev.
Just a big right hand from McDonald and a short little uppercut. Just catches McDonald on the chin. And that's enough for him.
Almost reluctantly, he got the gloves up again. Like a man going out to face his executioner. It's over. No count needed. 2 rounds. Ryan Rhodes wins again in double quick time.
Emmanuel Stewart says this kid really has a lot of talent. He and Roy Jones and a few other middleweights are going to be the future of the middleweight division.
2 things you must remember. Obey my commands and protect yourself at all times. Check hands and good luck to the both of you.
All right, so middleweights scheduled for 10. Look at the difference in first-round knockouts, as we mentioned.
McClellan's fight against James Sullivan was another whirlwind.
And again, snapping the head back of Sullivan. McClellan does with the jabs. Boy, the more we talk to him, oh, the right hand staggers him. And another one, and down he goes.
Fight's over.
That's it. 40 seconds into the fight.
It was over faster than a sneeze in a hurricane. Just 30 seconds in, McClellan lands a vicious right hand, and Sullivan is out like a light.
Sullivan really never got a chance to get on track here. Bingo. Oh, right on the side of the chin. And you can see him doing the funky chicken right there. He gets clipped with another right hand, and he's out. There's no sense in even counting.
McClellan's jab was like a snap from a rubber band, fast and painful. He has a knack for landing those right hands, even when his opponents think they're out of reach. His accuracy is so precise, it's like he's using a laser sight. In his post-fight interview, McClellan called out the IBF champ, James Toney, like he was challenging him to a duel.
But one guy I would like to challenge is always calling me out as James Toney. And I think he's watching this fight, and I hope he give me a chance to fight for the IBF title.
We noted the jabs that snapped back the head of Carl Sullivan, and then that right hand. At that point, Joe Goossen waved to me it was over. Tony Perez allowed this one punch The second one over the top, which didn't do any damage, and then Tony Perez stepped in 45 seconds. Here is the overhead view. One of the sharpest right hands that we have seen.
Good combination by Kovacev, throwing a lot of punches and a standing 8 count to Carl Wilson. Ron Lipton has done an excellent job.
I think he's done a real great job tonight.
And a straight right hand. Wilson goes flat on his back and may not get up. Count is 6. Uses the rope to help him at 8. Wilson's in serious trouble. One more knockdown or a standing 8 count and it's over.
And Sam, he's really dead tired.
Kovacev looking to finish.
And you can see the way these Russians do that with their left hand. They wave that left hand in front of you all the time. Then all of a sudden they change up, and you see he's changing his angles there.
Very good moves, and that's it. Wilson was just taking punishment.
And here is contestant number 4. How about a hand for Deborah?
Deborah is contestant number 4. She's 18, lives in Oxnard, 35, 25, 36. She's interested in being a model, a makeup artist as well.
Then again, maybe not.
After sneaking in an illegal punch while his opponent was on the canvas, the Prince landed some good shots, and the referee stopped the action. Hey, sometimes you gotta bend the rules to remind everyone you're the boss.
Good body shot. Good decision from the referee. Third round. Oh, here comes the breakdancing.
When Roy Jones vacated his IBF title, Charles Brewer and Gary Ballard fought for the vacant belt.
The first long hook that he landed flustered Ballard.
Oh, straight right hand, and down goes Ballard seconds into the fight.
I'll tell you what, Brewer said the speed was going to be the key, and right there you saw it. Ballard just did not pick up the punches, didn't even attempt to block them.
And he is on wobbly legs, 28 seconds into the first round.
I think the first punch got him in trouble. That second one certainly pushed him over the edge.
And now Brewer going in for the early finish here with a combination to the head of Ballard.
You know, Ballard has a reputation of being a pretty good puncher with the right hand. But right there you saw a straight, crisp right hand.
I like how Brewer was jabbing his way around Ballard until he found the perfect angle to land a right hand to the chin that sent Ballard crashing to the canvas there.
Right-handed drop.
You know, you watch Brewer, he sets him up nice, he's looking, he's watching, he stuffs the jab. There's another look at the same knockdown. Right hand right over the jab. Ballard didn't really even make an attempt to block it. I don't think he saw it. Very, very bad. That slow looping right hand, not only was it so easy to block, but if Brewer decides to sit on it and fire one down the middle, that's going to really cause serious trouble for Ballard.
Oh, a low blow. Oh, and a left hook, short, crisp left hook. Down goes Ballard again. 4, 5, 6.
He's in bad shape. Bad shape.
He's in trouble.
Brewer found a sweet spot inside and unleashed a left hook that sent Ballard down again, this time with a thud that probably echoed around the arena.
Is not far behind.
Here comes Brewer, looking to finish it off. He goes down again.
This fight's over, guys. The legs aren't there. He has no equilibrium.
Now he goes back.
He's just going to get hurt. This fight is finished.
No, he should not allow it.
That's it. Max Parker gave him every opportunity, but wisely waves it off. And it is all over here in round 5, and Charles the Hatchet Brewer is the new IBF Super Middleweight Champion.
Well, we certainly have one to add.
Ballard's head movement is poor. Just to make sure Ballard got the memo, Brewer finished him off with a right hand to the head. But let's be honest, Ballard was already halfway to dreamland from the previous left hook. The final knockdown was more of a formality than anything else, but it sealed the deal. Brewer walked away not just with a win, but with the IBF World Championship.
Dig to the body, and bang. And Ballard's hands came down. He took it up top. Never expected it, never saw it on his behind.
And that was a big bang. That was a bang right on the button. Fiasco here for Ballard because he had no chance getting punched hard, hooked on top of the head, and he's going.
Even there, when he held his hands up, he kept his head still, Freddie, still and straight.
Yeah, you're right.
He could have moved both his hands and his head and get.
Roy dispatched Billy with a tidal wave of punches and made it look easier than finding Waldo in an empty field. Early in his career, he didn't even have to shift out of first gear to win. It's like he was on cruise control and everyone else was stuck in neutral. Now let's talk about Henry Cooper, who got the royal treatment at Wembley Stadium, complete with Ali wearing a crown and robes. It was like a medieval pageant, only with more punching and less jousting.
Henry Cooper. Cassius Marcellus Clay.
With his left hook and try and nail Clay.
Cooper was Britain's heavyweight hope, and his left hook was legendary. He practically came with a warning label.
Cooper quick to pick up the left hook, and he's going in and he's hurt Clay. Clay's hanging on. So many fights too quietly. Cooper has come out full of fight. And now Clay is arguing with the referee that Cooper's trying to hold him and he's getting angry. And at one stage there, I thought he even poked his arm out at Mr.
Ali, in typical fashion, started slow to get a feel for Cooper's speed, like a tourist taking a leisurely stroll before realizing they're lost in a boxing ring. Cooper's bad luck? He was prone to cuts, and one nasty one ended up being the reason for the stoppage.
Get through with that eye. Tommy Little's having a look at. He's just threatening, and he's teasing Cooper. That's a good look. He's over. Right on the bell. The bell has sounded, and he's up at about 3. Clay. That was the end of the 4th round, and he hit him about 2 seconds before the end of the round with the left hook. Clay took one chance too many, and he still doesn't know where he is.
Cooper managed to knock Ali down, but it only served as a wake-up call for Ali. After that, Ali decided he'd had enough of Cooper's highlights and finished the fight with all the enthusiasm of a kid finishing homework.
It is the worst cut eye I've seen for a very, very long time indeed. I do not see how he can let this go much further. It's round 5. The towel has come in from Cooper's corner, and Tommy Little's looking at it, and he's had to stop the fight. It's all over in round 5, and Clay is getting bombarded with programs from angry ringsiders. The man who was put down at the end of the 4th round.
Bruno's jab was on point like a laser-guided missile.
I think it's the 3rd. Now, how far will he go with Bruno? Bruno seems to be hitting him absolutely at will, and Goey, I don't think, quite knows what's happening to him.
His right uppercut was so dangerous it could have been classified as a weapon of mass destruction.
Trapped in a neutral corner, and just having to take everything that Bruno threw, and perhaps it's a sign of his strength that he didn't go down. Oh, he's got it. Start of the 2nd round, and the Belgium is over, and that might be it for the night, and it is. KO, 2nd round. Bruno does it again, and that is certainly the best opponent he's met, and he has destroyed him, and all that has come about from one brief moment of destruction.
Bruno zipped through a lazy jab with a speedy 1-2 combo.
Well, look at that right hand driven right through to the back of his head. You won't see a better right hand than that. The man had gone completely. Twisted his leg, hurt himself, and split his nose. All that done with one right hand from this sensational youngster, 21-year-old Frank Bruno.
Schauen Sie mal, Wasserfontänen gehen vom Körper bei diesen Treffern. Nun greift er an, nun will er es wissen und da muss er runter. Der Che Mungia, da liegt er wie von Geisterhand gestreckt. Ob das noch einmal reicht? Und wir erwarten noch einmal das Ganze hier und dann erwarten wir das Urteil. Da muss er runter.
Jeff's fighting style was like a bulldozer with boxing gloves, relentless, powerful, and impossible to ignore. In this fight, he didn't just come forward. He practically lived in the opponent's personal space, setting up camp and refusing to leave until the job was done.
Holding on, and it's Fenech who gets the warning.
That's what Downs is going to have to do. He's going to have to nail Fenech, get his respect back. Fenech is walking right through him, and he hurt him.
He did hurt him, and down he goes, and then Fenech added a knee just to make sure. Downs taking the count, looking at his corner. Gets up a little wearily here.
Doesn't look like he wants to fight too much more, Tim.
Teed off with a right hand, but missed.
Downs is hurt to the body, and Fenech just stays on him.
Fenech battering him to the body and arms.
Well, that's smart, Tim. Body, arms, head, anything he can hit.
Coming to the end of the fourth round. Just took an elbow. Did Downs, and Downs goes down. The bell is sounded. I don't think the referee heard it. The count continues after the bell, but Downs is up. I believe the round is over. It is. Downs wobbles back to his corner. Looks more exhausted than hurt.
He's discouraged, Tim.
Notice the intensity of Jeff as this round starts. He knows Downs is hurt to the body, and he will keep on him.
Body shot to the ribs.
One punch to the body. That's how strong this Jeff Fenech is.
Downs is looking to the corner. I don't think he wants to get up from this one, but he does.
That's fight.
And he says, yes, I can fight. And the referee crosses, and he starts throwing punches.
There's so much energy. Now
another body shot that hurt him. Down he goes again. Tyrone Downs just can't handle those body shots, and it is all over.
Jeff's relentlessness was so overwhelming that it felt like he wasn't just trying to win, he was trying to convince you to rethink your career choices. For Downs, this fight was less about boxing and more about survival.
And he sags to the canvas here. Referee Crossan stepping in as Fenech was about to tee off on him. Let's see that one more time. Right there.
Those shots to the body just cave him in, and one for good measure when he was on the deck.
I was very worried about Jeffrey, but thank God he came forward and he done his job pretty well again.
We've heard and talked so much about his childhood, about the neighborhoods and everything. What kind of a boy was Jeff Fenech?
Well, it wasn't the boy exactly the people described my son was. That's all I can say this moment.
He was a good boy.
Well, he wasn't a very good boy, but he wasn't the boy they described him either.
And today you're a very proud mother.
I'm very, very proud of my son.
Congratulations and thanks for joining us.
Andy Tabanas was completely outclassed by Lopez. In the 12th round, Lopez turned up the heat and landed some clean shots. He was hunting for the knockout while Tabanas was just trying to survive. In the end, referee Mitch Halpern stopped the fight with just 15 seconds left. I thought it was a good call. Lopez had dominated every second of the fight, and there was no need for Tabanas to take any more punishment. It was like ending a long, grueling exam right before the bell rang. Everyone was relieved.
Venstre, højre, og det højre hook. Venstre hook til kæben. Han er færdig. Og Kenny Basemore færdig. Næsten på vej ud af ringen. Ja. Han ved det godt selv. Opgivende. Han rammer en uppercut før. Uppercut swing. Og det er slut. Det er slut. Ja, det er tabert, og det er bokserens instinkt at komme op. Men der hele er forbi. Der var ikke meget.
I don't want any hitting on the break. No punching after the bell. All right, let's have a nice, clean fight. Good luck to both of you. All right, let's touch gloves. Touch them up. All right.
The rematch with Segundo Mercado was a grudge match. It was a completely different story from the first fight where Hopkins got dropped. Hopkins unleashed a relentless show of aggression. He seemed determined to make up for lost time, and Mercado wasn't exactly prepared for the onslaught.
Hand that have been a little bit lower. He goes to the canvas. As it is, you can see he's in big, big trouble. It was high on the forehead, like on the brow of the eye. Two great shots.
Hopkins realized that the right hand was the punch he could land.
Oh, that was a big right hand.
Mercado again in trouble.
To
to it. There's a lot of time left.
And that is a big factor this time. Oh!
Early in the 7th round as Hopkins barrels in again and digs to the body.
But I'll tell you what, blood just squirted all over my
Paperwork
here all over me.
Let him go.
There is no let up in this attack by Bernard Hopkins.
He says let him go, but Mercado ain't letting go. And I don't blame him. All it, that's it. That is it.
Brody Battle waving it off as he stares into the eyes of Mercado.
Mercado just wouldn't let go of Hopkins, and then he looked out of it. It's a premature stoppage, but the referee was in a tough spot. It's like stopping a train after it already left the station.
You know, as I got warmed up, I started working on the right hand. I've been watching tapes. I'm a tape freak. Everybody calls me for tapes. Bernard, give me the tapes, give me the tapes. And, you know, I normally don't get them back, but I've been watching Tyson, how he came for first 20 fights as a professional. He ran through these guys. He didn't give them a chance to let them know what they have. And that's what I'm going back to. I'm going back to what I didn't do with Roy Jones.
Good body work. Oh! This fight is got to be over. It's over. This fight will not continue. He will go to the body with the left hook, and then right up, right on the point of the chin. If those punches were a little wide, which they were, they landed because Kenny Bazemore at this point is tired from all other body work. Kenny Bazemore just completely out of it. You see him just fall backwards, and thank goodness he is all right, because when a fighter falls like that, you...
I am my guy. This kid's a good, tough fighter. You don't want to see him get any type of head damage here, brain damage.
You don't want to see a prospect.
Oh, real big shot. Down goes Tim Harris. Arloli, he doesn't go to the canvas. They're giving him a standing 8 count. It's up to 3 and 4 and 5. I don't think that he can continue. No. And I think that once again, referee Jay Nady does the proper thing. He stops the fight. It'll be...
Jackson had dynamite in either hand, and his counter left hook was practically a fireworks show. Thank God for the referee, who usually stopped fights like he was trying to protect everyone's dinner plans. This time, he got it right, preventing Harris from experiencing Jackson's knockout power firsthand.
Carl King is doing an excellent job.
Ron Warrior was taking a pounding in the corner.
For him to fight to develop his career. He's doing a great job. Warrior better answer some punches here. The referee can step in. He should grab on and go down and take an 8 count. Or at least start throwing some punches.
That's it.
The referee stopped the fight a bit prematurely, but hey, it's better to stop the fight a bit earlier than risk a fighter getting a headache that would last longer than your average Monday morning.
I would like to prove myself to the world that I could box, I could go 10 rounds, I could go 15 rounds just like any other champion. And, you know, it's just that you guys have to find someone to go the limit with me.
There's nothing I can do, Julian.
And moving along to our Budweiser Miss Ringsider contestant number 5, introducing Jennifer.
This very attractive lady, Jennifer, is 33. She's from Carson. Her measurements are 35, 23, 35. She attended Cal State Long Beach, working on a music demo. She'd like to start her own maintenance business.
Andy Lee was renowned for his mastery of the southpaw right hook, a punch that became his signature weapon in the ring. However, before showcasing that famous hook, he delivered a stunning counter bolo shot to the body, a beautiful punch that hurt his opponent, Lowry. Despite being clearly hurt, Lowry showed great heart by continuing the fight. But it wasn't long before Lee brought out his trademark punch, the right hook. This punch was so well executed and so devastating that it was practically his calling card. I've said it before and I'll say it again. When Lee was active, that right hook was one of the best punches in boxing. It was perfectly timed, devastatingly powerful, and a major reason why he was such a respected fighter. Against Ruben Castillo in his first title defense, Chavez was a relentless force of nature.
Carlos Padilla peeking in. Take a look at that eye. Man,
they throw.
Castillo must have felt like he was facing a hyperactive octopus, with Chavez throwing punches from every possible angle.
His feet, I think. No, he's hanging on. He's down he goes.
Castillo couldn't handle the barrage and couldn't continue.
And I don't know if he can continue. It's over with. And still the champion, Julio Cesar Chavez.
Chavez's performance was impressive, making Castillo, who was known for his durability, look like he was up against a well-oiled boxing machine.
Man in trouble. A tremendous finish to a fantastic fight. I'm very, very impressed. The consistency with which this guy continues to throw those very hard punches is the kind of thing that's just too tough to possibly try to stand up to after this kind of pace.
Living in a caravan to stay closer to the gym and train. He's had to leave his family to do that. Oh, and Simmons down! Left to the body from Askin. Simmons caught. Simmons in pain. And Matty Askin retains his title. Let's have a look here. There's it was a sign that he was going to go to the body there. Good left hook to the body there from Askin. And he's looking again, and straight underneath, right into the solar plexus, and he knows that he's landed the shot. And that's a good shot, Dave. Reaction you always get with the body shot. Yeah, super punch. He's got some talent, this lad. He's good with his jab.
Qui donne des coups sans conviction parce qu'il est déjà usé. Là, Thomas da Cruz au...
Chavez walked through Francisco da Cruz with the kind of ease you'd expect from a stroll in the park. His variety of punches on the inside was impressive, like a Swiss Army knife with fists.
Moyen d'arrêter le combat sans tenter l'adversaire, le boxeur en difficulté.
Then, whenever he used to fight that way, and right hand, and he was in the first 2 rounds. Brought back by the right hands of Lewis, and Lewis with a big uppercut.
If he does that, we may see some fun around here tonight, Tim.
An uppercut scores another one, 3 in a row, and it's stopped by the referee as Fortune wins.
Justin Fortune met Lennox Lewis's uppercut, and the rest is history. Lewis threw a couple of uppercuts in a row, and Fortune went down like a sack of potatoes. The fight was stopped, and honestly, I think Fortune was lucky. He was on his way to getting knocked into next weekend.
Sostenersi in piedi con un braccio sulle corde del ring. Galvano lo tempesta di colpi, va al tappeto, toccato al corpo David McCluskey. Ci sembra che il match a questo punto sia ormai finito, infatti è dichiarato KO. David ha mostrato anche stasera Galvano un buon sinistro, lento forse in qualche circostanza. Galvano è anche non sempre molto mobile.
In his bout against Bill McMurray, Liston showed that despite nearing the end of his career, he still retained good head movement. Liston's jab was still effective, and his vaunted pressure was applied to his opponent.
Liston puts tremendous pressure on everyone he fights. Sonny always moving in, looking to land that one big bomb. Pile driver left by Sonny Liston.
Though slower now and needing to take his time, Liston's power was still evident in his combination punching.
A dynamite combination of punches by Sonny Liston. Ripping punches by Sonny Liston.
One thing you couldn't do against Liston was hang out on the ropes.
Liston going after Bill McMurray. Tremendous punches by Sonny Liston. And McMurray goes down from a murderous barrage of punches. The referee picks up the count. It's all over. The referee stops the fight.
McMurray wasn't the first opponent to be punched out of the ring by Liston. He was just the latest.
Manejando ahora la distancia a su conveniencia.
If you're going to try the shoulder roll defense, maybe don't test it against Goody Espadas Jr.
Esta noche se ha tocado con un retador, le comete par de golpes, lo manda a la lona.
Alfonso Lopez was actually ahead in this fight, but Espadas had made a breakthrough in the 12th round here.
8. La cuenta de protección ha culminado y aquí viene por él Guti Espadas. La izquierda por abajo, la derecha arriba. De momento, y a la lona otra vez. A la lona otra vez, el campeón del mundo. 5, 6.
That right-left combo that knocked Lopez down again was nice. As the 13th round began, Espadas came out like a man on a mission. That punch was right on the chin and really hurt Lopez. It looked like Lopez was probably contemplating life choices here on one knee. He upped the ante by taking this count on both knees.
Lo vuelven a mandar a la lona en la cuarta caída que sufre. 5, 6, 7, 8.
But true to his stubborn spirit, Lopez got back up. Lopez showed a lot of heart, but Espadas proved to be too much in the end. Both guys would have a rematch, and the result would be the exact same, a 13th round stoppage for Espadas. Notice the Prince once again taking advantage of his stance-switching superpower as he pulverizes his opponent onto the canvas with a body shot. It's like watching someone switch lanes on the highway, except this time, the other guy is roadkill.
They hurt. And Dare's up at 7, but referee Watson calling it off.
Former world champ Johnny Famchon was the definition of a classic stand-up boxer, smooth, stylish, and slick. But in his rematch with Fighting Harada, he decided to show off some power no one knew he had, like he'd been hiding it in his back pocket the whole time. When Famchon hurt Harada, it looked like the fight was about to be over right then and there, but the ref decided to give Harada a standing count, almost like he was saying, let's see if you can survive a bit more of this. Famchon wasn't having it though. He followed up with a sweet combination that sent Harada flying out of the ring like he was auditioning for a stunt double role. Famchon was a beautiful boxer. Honestly, I could watch him all day. He had fantastic defense, superb footwork, and when he felt like it, he could knock you into next week.
¿Sobrevive o no, Ricardo? Sorpresivo, sorpresivo. No sabemos qué pueda pasar en este momento. Totalmente abierto, falla un golpe explosivo. Navarro se va contra él, contra todo, y cae estrepitosamente a la lona. Parece que dejó inconsciente a Carlos Madrigal. Se estrelló su cabeza sobre la lona y José Navarro triunfa de una forma espectacular.
Roy Jones' hands often resembled a Category 5 hurricane for his opponents. In this fight, he blitzed Brown, who looked about as prepared as a guy with an umbrella in a tornado. There's just nothing you can do when Roy's hands move that fast. Randall Bailey is widely regarded as one of the most fearsome one-punch knockout artists in boxing history. His incredible punching power made him a constant threat in the ring, earning him the nickname the Knockout King. Bailey's right hand was particularly lethal, and he showed this devastating power time and time again throughout his career.
Back in 1997.
No, that could be one of the things that has been hiding in the back of his mind, worrying about the distance, worrying about this guy's toughness, worrying about going the rounds, and it certainly affected his performance.
No, that's not the result of a punch, says Fred Steinwider. He slipped.
That's the result of age.
Oh, that's the result of a punch. A straight right hand down goes Lopez for the second time in the fight.
Right into that, Steve.
He sure did.
Well, that's Bailey power. That's what we're used to seeing. One punch.
And that's it.
That's it. That's it. And rightly so. Rightly so.
Look at his
Bravo.
left eye.
Rightly so.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to argue about that.
And he would have needed a minute to survive there.
Here first, I think it's a slip. He just slips, and that's it. And he goes back right here. He just trips. I think his legs are a little weak there. I think that was pretty clear. He's not walking well. And when he gets up, referee waving off, it's not a knockdown. When he gets up,
Bailey caught Lopez with a perfectly timed straight right hand. It was evident from the moment Lopez hit the canvas that he wouldn't be continuing the fight. Bailey's power was a game changer, making him a dangerous opponent for anyone in the ring, and earning him a lasting legacy as one of the most brutal knockout artists in the sport.
Yes, the greatest country in the world. I think that was the accumulation of punches, Bobby. It wasn't really that he just tripped or anything. It was just everything went out of him. All the circuits shorted and he fell. Because when he got up without any kind of bounce and walked straight in like to an execution.
There's the whole sequence again. He just trips right there. There's no real knockdown, no punches, nothing.
Now watch when he gets up. He doesn't have his legs good under him. Watch.
Look at him when he gets up. He's getting up. He fell down from fatigue and just body abuse.
Watch how he walks right into a punch. Walks right into it.
Like I said, he barely reacts. He doesn't bend, doesn't put his hand up, does nothing to defend himself, which makes me believe he was just out of it.
After a dramatic knockdown in their first fight, Ali made a trip back to the UK for a rematch with Henry Cooper. This time, Ali wasn't just showing up, he was showing off. His speed and elusive ability were on full display. He dodged and weaved with cat-like reflexes, making Cooper look like he was swinging at a ghost.
I don't quite know whether they're just...
Cooper's main weapon was his left hook, but Ali had him figured out. Cooper even resorted to some low blows, classic move when you can't hit your target.
Very untidy in the clinches here, and again, Clay appealing to the referee that he was hit low.
Ali went into full beast mode, and Cooper ended up with a cut from a right hand.
Yes, Henry Cooper's left eye is badly cut. A really bad one, which is a right-hand clip there in the far corner.
Cooper was known for having skin that was more fragile than a soap bubble, and the sight of blood just made Ali more aggressive. Even in black and white, the cut looked like something out of a horror movie.
No, it's all over.
So it's no surprise the referee stopped the fight.
Disappointment for Henry Cooper.
Gute Treffer von Chong, klasse. Kombination links, rechts und dann muss er runter. Der Eric Griffin. Seine Chance, jetzt sucht er hier die Lücke, um nochmal voll durchzukommen. Und hier ein weiterer Treffer. Der zweite gewertete Niederschlag also gegen Eric Griffin. Das war's. Zweite Runde. Und hier nochmal der erste Niederschlag.
Who before the fight said he wasn't impressed by Bruno's record of quick wins.
The Bruno hype train was gaining steam. He was like a superhero to the kids, minus the cape. In this fight, Bruno showed off his skills like a magician, revealing his tricks.
There's the first right from Bruno, and I think Lithgow rather felt that one. Here it comes, and Lithgow took that well, because one or two of Bruno's recent opponents have been on the floor from punches not as good as that. Lithgow takes them and stands there still.
Lithgow's resistance was impressive but couldn't withstand Bruno's onslaught. After some classy jabs and a devastating uppercut left hook combo,
Bruno, he said he'd been practicing it. Here it is, look at that. Straightened his man up, followed with the left hook.
Lithgow's corner threw in the towel like it was on fire.
And Lithgow is a very, very unhappy man, but he takes it sportingly enough in the end.
He wasn't giving me a hard fight, but I reckon I would have caught up with him at the end of it because his face was getting gashed.
Destro ancora, doppiato da parte di Wuda, leva al tappeto Branco. E indubbiamente c'è molta potenza nelle braccia di Wuda, il contatto, Branco si è rimesso in piedi. Riprende di Woodall, è andato a segno al volto il destro micidiale di Woodall, ancora il destro, è costretto ad abbracciare Branco che è in difficoltà, Branco subisce colpi terribili, interviene Ducroc, è KO tecnico, viene.
British prospect Robin Reid was having no trouble finding the chin of his opponent in this fight. Notice these punches and landing flush. Watch out for the check hood here from Reid. This counter hook is just a beautiful punch. The opponent's legs were like jelly after the punch, but the stoppage was a bit premature. I just had to add this knockout because it's such a sweet punch. Reid catches the opponent cleanly here, and it's just a really nice sequence. The opponent just does everything wrong. Reaching it with an extremely telegraphed right hand is just very poor stuff. He sent the punch by snail mail, and Reid had enough time to sign for the package and send back a knockout reply. Reid could have got a combination off there if he maintained his balance and distance. Reid went on to become a world title holder at super middleweight.
This is for the IBF Middleweight Championship of the World. Protect yourselves at all times. Shake hands. Go back to your corner and wait for the bell. Come on.
Hopkins mentioned he was obsessed with watching tapes of a young Mike Tyson at this point, and you could tell.
And hope to fight him later in the fight. Good right hand right out of the box. Down goes Frank. Right there. First punch of the night.
You know, when a fighter takes a fight on only 7 days' notice, you think he might come out and take his shot early because conditioning will be a factor later. Here, he doesn't take a shot. He looks, he waits, hesitates, and bang, he's caught.
And he is hurt, too. It's over. He didn't give the right answer. It's that simple. I'd have probably gone for the state instead of the city there.
Hopkins was actually a hunter at this point in his career. He became a crafty trap-setting oldster later in his career, but in his younger years, he was an absolute killer.
Está preocupado porque le están entrando las manos. ¡Ahí va! Le ha llegado la izquierda perfecta del polaco y yo creo que Pablo Navascués está prácticamente... ya está. Ha subido al ring. Sube al ring el José Valenciano y ha vencido por KO el polaco, muy cariñoso ahí con Pablo Navascués. Ahí está siempre la magia de este deporte, la grandeza de este deporte, el campeón que ha derribado al boxeador español, pero está siempre ayudando.
Pancho Del Toro decided to exchange punches with Jackson. And that was like playing with fireworks in a windstorm. Del Toro went down as if he'd been hit by a cartoon anvil and stayed there for several minutes. He retired after the fight, likely with a new appreciation for not getting hit by Jackson's left hook. Martinez was giving the classy world champion Canizales all he could handle in this fight. Canizales has his back to the ropes and Martinez has been bringing pressure and tenacity all night so far. If you've watched some of my knockout compilations, you know that Canizales has the patience of a chess grandmaster.
Boomerang really letting these bantamweights he's not been one to break up any opponents. Oh! Canizales is Martinez. He's down at the fourth round. Beautiful off the rope counter punch. Martinez looks in his corner on wobbly legs. He's not there. Inside 1 minute, Canizales taking a close shot. I don't think he's going to survive this one. 50 seconds left. Jesse Reid imploring his fighter to keep the pressure on. Lou Barrett keeping a close eye on the action. That's it. He's going to stop it. Orlando Canizales defending his IBF Bantamweight Championship for the 14th time. South of Magnola. I don't think I've seen him quite that animated. Canizales jumping on the turnbuckle.
The IQ of Canizales is like a finely tuned radar. He detects and anticipates every move with pinpoint accuracy, making him a step ahead in every exchange. He planned out that hook exchange and got there first.
Too good left and then a quick right. And down went Martinez for the first time. Beautiful action.
The straight, powerful punches of Inoue remind me of Canizales. One thing about Canizales, he's a deadly finisher.
Some more combinations. You're the man. Mubarak had seen enough about a minute to go in round number 4. No questioning Mubarak. He's a tremendous veteran of the ring wars. Look at the corner.
of Orlando Canizales.
In the final round. This is the second round scheduled for 8. And down goes Segundo Mercado as Michael Dale nailed him. And he is not getting up. What a turnaround for the first meeting between these two fighters.
Take a look at it here.
With that right hand flush, Gil.
Well, they were both throwing right hands, Bruce. And when you get beat to the punch when you're both throwing right hands, that can be the result. You know, Mercado still doesn't know what happened, Bruce. He just doesn't understand that the fight is over. He was really KO'd.
Chavez moved up to the 135-pound division to challenge Puerto Rican legend Edwin Rosario for the world title. This fight marked Chavez's prime, a showcase of complete and utter domination.
Chavez, Edwin El Chapo Rosario.
Mike Tyson, his stablemate. There he is, that big broad back as big as Ohio. That's Mike Tyson. No lightweight heat.
It's also the first time I've ever seen him smile in a boxing ring.
And carry a bucket, too.
That's right.
Good body shot by Chavez.
Rosario, backed by Mike Tyson and at his peak, found himself in a technical masterclass of pressure fighting. Chavez's offense was fierce, and his inside defense was nothing short of a clinic.
All of that. Look at the combinations. And that hurt Rosario.
Look at the combinations. A lot of punches. And now he's back on the attack, throwing a lot of punches again.
His ability to roll and slip punches was like watching a ballet dancer in a boxing ring. By the 8th round, with Rosario's left eye swollen and his resolve crumbling, it was clear there was nowhere for him to hide.
Rosario, it also cut him, and he's in a world of trouble.
Chavez's brutal body shots were relentless, and the fight was becoming as uncomfortable to watch as a family dinner where everyone's arguing.
Look at the body shots. You gotta appreciate them. Both
Chavez not letting him out of the corner.
The eyes completely closed now. This is going to stop the fight because he's really hurt. But he's holding his own, huh?
But taking a brutal beating here. Well, if Hart wins fights, then Rosario might get a draw. That's it. They threw the towel in. It's over.
This man is going to be so difficult to beat.
In his bout with Scrap Iron Johnson, Liston was able to dictate the fight.
Liston throwing dynamite.
Liston found success with his 2-1 combination. Johnson never adjusted and kept getting caught with that combo.
A crushing right-left combination gamely continues. This is Sonny Liston at his explosive best, throwing bombs with both.
Liston secured the stoppage. It was like watching a well-rehearsed play where the punchline always landed perfectly.
And here is our 6th and final contestant here tonight. How about a hand for Christina?
Contestant number 6 is Christina. She's 22 from Los Angeles and appears to be a favorite. 34, 24, 34. Attended the Carol Reynolds School of Dance and is interested, obviously, in music.
Hamed's punching power was on full display in this fight, and let me tell you, it was like getting hit by a freight train with a grudge.
Bantam, Johnny Armour. Oh, lovely right there from Hamed. Straight through the middle, down goes Lay.
He even dropped his opponent with a jab. A jab! That's like winning a race while still tying your shoelaces.
Nothing more than a jab, but what a jab. Beautiful punch. Second count for Alan Lay. I was saying Brendan Ingle would like to bring the glory days of boxing back to Dublin to have a talk with a businessman, former rugby international by the name of Tony O'Reilly.
Imagine your corner telling you to put pressure on the Prince, and then this happens.
Lots of good Irish talent to be developed.
You'd probably rethink your life choices.
It's the 3rd time in this fight so far. Well, the writing looks...
By this point, the fight was becoming uncomfortable to watch. It was like watching a lion toy with its prey, and the opponent looked like he'd been given a beatdown, and then some.
Reg Thompson might just call a halt here.
He thankfully sat out the count, and honestly, I think the towel should have come in when he went down for the last time. Mercy, anyone?
His final punch. Yeah, all full in the face. That's the final punch again.
Ha recibido bastante castigo en este asalto.
Middleweight legend Carlos Monzon was beating up Tony like he owed him money. Monzon is a perfect textbook fighter.
Y cayó Mundine. Ahí está.
Notice the long-range punches. He dominates from range and has the ability to counterpunch in combination. He does that here, and Tony is out.
Ganador Monzon retiene de
Monzon was a beast.
Mundial Mediano, décima defensa.
As we come to the end of round one, a good round for Sergey Kovalev. Oh, hard. They called for a standing eight-count, and he's getting it. An eight-count right now from Benji yesterday. And back with a right hand and down. Goes. He looks as though he's deciding whether or not to get up. Finally, he does. Easy here, which is a good sign. Oh, the right hand, that should be it. Benji yesterday stops the fight right there. Sergey Kovalev showing the power in that right hand, and that's why he has a knockout record of 8 KOs in his 9 victories.
Roy's fast hands and big power were on full display against Ron Johnson. Roy pummeled him to the canvas like he was trying to win a carnival game, but the prize was total domination.
最後は右のフック、この浅川さんは、右がね得意で、どっちかというとストレートが決まれば一番この気持ちがいいんだなといつもおっしゃってますけども、今のフックはですね、やはりこの解説の三方がおっしゃっているように、その前のボディ攻撃で大変にその効果があったんですね。これご自身どうですか、このボディ攻撃で、これがチャンスだと。
はい、もう顎が最初の左フックでね、効いてると思いましたので、やっぱり次はもう。
Kenny Norton's boxing style was like a whirlwind in a phone booth, aggressive, powerful, and impossible to ignore. Norton crowds his opponent here like an overzealous fan at a concert. Look at those combinations. His unorthodox stance and physical strength made him a relentless force, delivering combinations that could leave an opponent wondering if they'd accidentally stepped into a high-speed blender. Norton's blend of power and pressure made him a formidable presence, and definitely not someone you'd want to trade punches with. The fight that turned Ali into a legend. Watching this match is like watching a high-speed chase on fast forward. Ali's speed and reflexes were so unreal that even the camera struggled to keep up. Liston, despite being one of the best heavyweights ever, looked like he was in a different weight class entirely when it came to speed.
Very slippery.
His head movement was impressive.
Because the hands were tied, Sonny will be the guy that'll keep mauling away. 1 minute more in the first round.
But it was like trying to catch smoke with a net. Ali was so fast and elusive that Liston might as well have been swinging at shadows.
Didn't hear it. Champion Joe Louis. Going, look at the guy yawning. Tell us what you think at the end of one.
Well, Steve, I think this was the greatest round of any fight we've seen.
The showdown with Sonny Liston. When Liston realized his jab wasn't landing, he decided to get creative with lead punches and try to bully Ali.
Sonny is actually not headhunting at this point. He's content to rip toward the body, trying to bring the guard down and then go upstairs.
Unfortunately, Ali was like a skilled magician dodging bullets. Every time Liston tried something new, Ali had a counter ready.
And that time, folks, another one. Sonny wobbled. Sonny wobbled. That just has him hurt. Sonny is... He has a cut below the eye, and he's getting hit with all the punches in the...
At the end of the fourth round, Ali started complaining about something in his eyes, claiming Liston had used his gloves to play a little dirty trick.
I don't know, Clay, I think he's getting more confident as the fight go along.
Getting more confident?
I think so. As long the fight goes, more confident he would be.
That's Angelo Dundee that he was arguing with, Joe. Angelo now is telling him off a little bit while he gets him ready. Is the fella surprised?
Liston, thinking he might get a knockout, came out swinging like he was auditioning for a demolition derby.
Sonny's going to try to pull it on. Sonny fired his best left.
But as soon as Ali's eyes cleared, he took control again. And by the end of the sixth round, Liston had retired in his corner. Ali was the heavyweight champ, and this was considered the biggest upset in boxing history. So big, it made front page news, and Liston probably had to hide under his bed for a while.
He entered the ring at about 1-7 or 1-8 underdog. Would you call this the biggest upset, regardless of the odds?
The biggest upset in the history of boxing.
Biggest upset in the history of boxing.
I don't have a mark on my face,
yes.
And I upset Sonny Liston, and I just turned 22 years old. I must be the greatest.
Oh, big shot. Down goes Gaffney. Good punch. Up at 9. Oh, big right hand again. And this time driving Gaffney into his own corner. Nice left hook on the chin. Up at 8. Yeah, I'm all right, he says. So now Ross, we're looking for a finish. Back to time in this third round. And referee Thompson won't let it go on any further. A couple of good time trainer. Backing punch, wasn't it?
Refuses to let him face Buckner until he's learned a bit more about his trade. Frank Bruno, the unbeaten heavyweight from Wandsworth, only 21, 12 wins behind him. And Winston Allen, this dangerous man from Wales. There's the right hand that Allen's dangerous with, and that might well be the best punch anybody's hit Bruno with in his pro career so far.
Bruno's chin faced its first real test in the fight, absorbing some flush right hands that could have made a less durable fighter rethink their career.
Shiver. Because nobody really has got to grips with Bruno yet, and nobody's ever really gone for him.
But Bruno wasn't having any of it. He came back swinging like a boxer on a mission.
Good punches from Bruno, and Allen's taking them well and coming on. But his defences have gone all over the place. His gum shield's out, and it's stopped in the second round. And Bruno has done it one round faster than Buckner. Oh. Well, this Bruno-Buckner confrontation out of the ring is becoming quite something. And he's proved his point. He's finished his man faster than Buckner.
In fact, it's a stepping stone up and a step down. Oh, lovely uppercut there and a left hook. And Marcel Neal goes tumbling in his own corner. Will he beat the count? It's all over. So Georges Carpentier regains the French heavyweight crown, beating Marcel Neal in 8 rounds.
ทีนึงช่องก็พยายามต่อยสกัดเอาไว้ขวานำไปก่อนครับโอ้โหโดนหัวทิ่มเลยครับลูกนี้นับแน่นอนครับหุกซ้ายยาวๆครับอย่างที่ผมเคยบอกไว้แล้วตั้งแต่ในยกต้นๆครับว่าหมัดเวียงของชองนั้นการนับไปถึง8ครับมาอีกทีนึงโอ้โหหลอกซ้ายแล้วขวาสั้นๆครับซ้ายลงโดนครับลงแล้วครับโอ้ไม่ไหวแล้วครับลักษณะนี้มองดูแล้วคงไม่ไหวครับนั่งนอนตาลอยเลยทีเดียวเห็นชัดเจนนะครับโอ้โหคงจะไม่รอดแล้วนะครับ
Bien sûr, le gagner avant la limite, ce retard est trop important. Oh la droite, de droite. Casamonica qui sort du ring, terrible. C'est la fin du match, Casamonica épuisé par la succession de coups pris.
C'est fini, il ne se relèvera pas. Il ne se relèvera pas.
On a mal pour Romulo Casamonica qui a été éliminé de...
I expect a clean break at all times. I'm looking forward to a clean fight. Any questions here? All right, let's have a nice, clean fight. Good luck to both of you. Let's touch them up.
Hopkins put on a complete display in his next fight. Check out this counter-punching.
James unloads with a right. Oh, and James for the first time in 28 fights in his career, he is down.
Hopkins could punch and move so effectively, he might as well have been a ghost. Always there, but never quite touchable.
Hopkins right back on him, and Hopkins looking to end it here on the 11th.
The referee had no choice but to stop the fight. James wasn't throwing back and was more hurt than a piñata at a kid's party. That left to the body was brutal. Former heavyweight king Ingemar Johansson right hand wasn't just a punch. It was a wrecking ball disguised as a fist. Dubbed the Hammer of Thor, the effect of the punch was often like flipping a switch. One moment you were on your feet, and the next you were on the canvas, wondering what just hit you. What made Johansson especially dangerous was his killer instinct. Once he had you hurt, he became a relentless predator, smelling blood and moving in for the kill. He doesn't let Richardson off the hook here. He swarms with a barrage of punches, each one carrying the intent to finish the job. His ability to close the show was impressive. Johansson knew when an opponent was ready to go, and he never hesitated to deliver the final blows.
Ripetiamo, è un fatto inconsueto. Siamo così giunti alla sesta ripresa, destro terribile, un sinistro al volo, difficilmente Charla potrà non risentirne. Un sinistro, ancora un sinistro e alla fine è finito, viene lanciato l'asciugamano, ma è finito, campione d'Italia. Viaggio azzurro dei pesi welter al termine di un combattimento drammatico. KO, un KO irresistibile a sesta ripresa.
In this fight, Chavez introduced Nicky Perez to the canvas so fast that even his shoes were left spinning in confusion.
Rosario, una respuesta violenta de Pérez a la cara de Julio César y con la derecha lo hace pagar cara la osadía.
If you're not a highly skilled inside fighter, you need to keep Chavez at a distance, like keeping a nosy neighbor at arm's length. Perez unfortunately managed neither. Chavez, ever the artist, painted a masterpiece with a left hook counter, while Perez was still deciding if he should stay or go. And the referee, let's just say he was about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine. The corner, however, threw in the towel with all the grace of a chef tossing a salad. Right decision, though.
On a bit of toughness, firing back at Ingle, still being dangerous, looking for that right hand.
Oh, massive right hand! Massive right hand from Junior Jones, and that may be a fight-turning moment.
6, 7.
Up at 7.
Walk to me, baby.
The right hand of Junior Jones bailed him out of a lot of trouble in his career. He was having a tough fight against Paul Ingle, but that right hand turned the tables. Notice that Jones literally lifted Ingle off his feet with that punch.
Punch. Really got all the momentum twisted into that punch. Really turns up from the legs, all his body on it.
But Engel was a warrior. He recovered and started putting it on Jones again.
His eye, the right eye, closes up at Engel again with the left. Oh, he's hurt. Jones is hurt. No doubt about that. Mouth gates open. Gloves drop. Looks for help from the referee. Goodness knows why. Steve Smoger can't help him. Right hand. Paul Engel gets there here. 10 seconds left in this round. And Engel, with these left hooks, has got Jones all over the place.
Jones was showing all of the hallmarks of a hurt fighter at this point. His legs looked shaky as Engel kept applying his trademark pressure.
Yes, he looks very unsteady. Good jabs, and his defense is poor.
Falling apart here. Left hooks. Right, he's going to have to stop it. Paul Engel has retained his IBF featherweight title. Well, what is the... No, he hasn't, because the referee, he's not entitled to do that. He's giving him a standing count here. There is no standing count allowed. And Junior Jones has been given enormous charity here by the referee. Charity he is not allowed. Engel gets there with another right hand. Jones is just fighting through a fog now on instinct. Caught by another left hook and a right cross. And there's still 1 minute and 45 seconds left. And belatedly, Steve Smoger, having given Junior Jones ridiculous amounts of opportunities to get over the pressure, at last stops it, and Paul Engel.
I think this was a classic example of a fighter seizing the moment when his opponent was visibly running on empty. By the time Engel pounced, Jones was like a car with an empty fuel tank, just trying to coast to the finish line.
It could be. For me, it looked as if he was going to stop because he looked out on his feet. I mean, his head's really been thrown about, struggling with his legs. Engel, now that punch there, he looked as if he was ready to go, and the ropes were keeping him up. Another good punch as the hands are down, and that looked, everything looked right.
That moment, gone on to the end of the fight and got the decision. What a row there would have been about that. What a rumpus.
Good straight left hand there by Doug DeWitt in the white trunks. And Medee is hurt. DeWitt trying to cash in. Medee is flat-footed, trying to cover up. And Doug DeWitt is a punching machine. Bill Medee is stumbling all over the ring. Takes two lefts, takes a right uppercut, a left and a right. And Doug DeWitt is just pounding Bill Medee, who cannot continue, and is surprised that Joe Cortez steps in and stops the slaughter.
If you have not seen Chavez before, one of the first things you will notice is that he does not waste punches. He doesn't throw for the sake of throwing. He throws when he thinks he can get inside and do damage.
After 56 fights and 56 wins, Chavez finally met his first left-handed opponent, Rodolfo Aguilar.
The right hand gets through, and again, Aguilar goes down. 3, 4, straight right hands.
The ideal punch against the southpaw is a straight right hand, and Chavez had it down to an art form.
There's a second one.
Chavez was so smooth in the fight, he could have made a salsa dancer look stiff.
There again, the right landed, and backed Aguilar up. Is that he will take his time and be patient, unless you hurt him and make him mad.
Aguilar threw punches, but Chavez took them like they were love taps from a puppy. Notice Chavez's head movement. He dodged like he was playing dodgeball with a pro. By the 6th round, Aguilar's face was like a canvas for Chavez's artistic masterpiece of bruises.
Aguilar appears to be wearing down now. Those uppercuts, and the looping right hand. Look at that beautiful shot.
Aguilar looking for a place to fall after the right hand. And his
Chavez was a nightmare to face, the kind of nightmare you wake up sweating from.
Stops the fight.
A great fighter does what he has to do to look great. And the looping right hands, that right hand there, proved the effect against southpaws.
As you see this right hand land, you'll see right next to the eye on the temple, and Aguilar said, that'll do.
Left-right combination, another solid right, and Braxton is in trouble again.
And he got hit while he was down, too.
Braxton went down. Look at Baku. He won't even come over near him. He ought to be over on the other side of the ring. What's the referee doing?
Well, he's certainly not looking at Baku.
No.
Yeah.
In fact, he doesn't know where he is even. Not a very good refereeing job, Rich, to be honest about it.
I think Braxton has had the call. His fight is over.
I would think so. He's down again, and they're stopping it. Baku just overwhelmed him.
Braxton.
Take a look at the first knockdown here. He scored with a good right hand on a left inside. Now he's just falling down. He's losing his legs, Blackston is, and down he goes, and then he gets hit while he's down and gets elbowed while he's down.
Baku, really, it was a bad refereeing job. Let's face it. I mean, to allow a man on his knees to be hit and then get hit with an elbow when you're down, I mean, what kind of a job is that?
And the last knockdown there, I believe that's the last one.
So there they are, the 6 contestants, Armanda and Tanya, Lisa, Deborah, Christina.
He comes into the ring tonight in very good shape. Lean and trim at 143 pounds, in spite of the fact he hasn't actually been in a ring war since 1986, but he finds out quickly what it's all about.
Well, he managed to bounce up rather quickly after that knockdown. That was a quick right-left combination by Winky Wright.
Look, Winky.
I think Winky Wright had the best jab in boxing when he was in his prime. In this fight, he showed a great killer instinct. Notice the beautiful variety of punches here. The body shots are brutal.
In the junior middleweight division, a 10-7 round on Charles Jay's scorecard. Rather generous there, Chuck.
Well, you know, it's up to my discretion.
Winky's combinations are like a variety show, each punch a different act in a well-rehearsed performance. You never knew if you were getting a jab, an uppercut, or a right hook. But you could be sure that whatever it was, it would land with precision and pain.
Bobby Van in some serious trouble as he backs away from the onslaught of Winky Wright.
And at this point, Wright is...
Each time Wright's punches connected, Van seemed to be on the receiving end of a very unpleasant surprise party.
Over, you could see his knees buckle. Brian Gary giving it a close look. He could stop this at any time and not be criticized. As Bobby Van is finished, he's out on his feet, and it's all over. Winky Wright, his 8th knockout, 13-0 as a pro. A very impressive performance tonight against the game, but out of boxing condition, Bobby Van.
The combinations were so varied and impactful that it was almost like Wright was using different flavors of pain to keep things interesting. By the end of the bout, Van was probably wishing he'd just stayed home and skipped the whole painful ordeal.
Can't hurt him, but he covers up well. And there is that right hook that just dazes Van. About this time, like you said, Jeff, you wouldn't be criticized if you stepped in and stopped the fight. And that right hook there was really the end. And then Gary will come in and step in after that uppercut, and that is it.
Punching in combination, punching with crisp power.
He's certainly lively enough now. Still those slow, telegraphed punches, but still the fair bit of style there.
Oh, that left hook came in there. Well, we hadn't seen a left hook come in. We've been saying all through that he's a dangerous whacker, Quinones. It's about halfway through this round now in the 4th. And Christie in trouble again, and he's going to get stopped here. Yes, he's got to stop him because he's hanging on to the ropes, and it looked like Quinoni started to warm up there, Jim. We said when he came into the ring, this is a dangerous fellow.
All the way through, slow, cumbersome, but they had good arm strength, and that one comes spot on. A nice little uppercut, bang on target.
The Prince's punch power was on full display in this fight.
British featherweight champion. Grateful for that. So halfway through the second. And there's now blood coming from Clarkson's. There's a good body shot there.
Paralyzing his opponent with a brutal body shot. The poor guy looked like he was trying to remember why he got into boxing in the first place.
Somersault from Hamed. Declared the second round winner. And what an acrobat.
Teozo goes with 2 good left jabs and nails him with the right hand right away. The problem with Terry Ray is that his heart is bigger than his chin. Say that he gets clipped and down he goes. So a lot of confidence as it counts up to 5 and 6.
Hands up, son, hands up.
Here we go. Ray in a heap of trouble here in the first round. He's down for the second time. Remember, the 3 knockdown rule is in effect. If he gets tipped over again, and he's going to, this fight's going to be stopped in the first round. This guy's legs out there, and Teozo knows he can hit him with the right hand. He sets him up again for it. There he goes. The fight's over. Teozo in dramatic style. No contest tonight. Fabrice Teozo knocks out Terry Ray with 3 knockdowns in the first round. Ray with a book on him.
One thing about the former middleweight King Carlos Monzon, if you overextend it and expose the back of your head, it might get punched.
Izquierda de Monzón arriba la cabeza. Zurdo, una derecha, cayó.
Cayó Tonna, viene la cuenta de Waldemar Smith. Una derecha terrible de Monzón, se queja Tonna del golpe en la nuca. Sigue el conteo de Smith, 7, 8, 9, out. Dice Waldemar Smith, esto se terminó. Se levanta.
Punches on the back of the head are illegal, but sometimes they happen because of a mistake by the opponent. Monzon is an equal opportunity puncher. He will hammer you to the head in all directions. He doesn't set out to foul opponents, but he's not going to let opponents stop him from throwing punches. The punch definitely lands on the back of the head, but the opponent shoulders some of the blame for getting off.
Again. The shot right at the belt. There's a better look at it. Yes, right on the belt.
Roy's balance is so good, you'd think he moonlights as a yoga instructor. And with his speed, he always is the first to readjust. It's like he's playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Williams got starched by Roy's left hook.
Bennett. He faked an uppercut, and now Campbell might be in trouble. He staggers back.
Yes, he is. That was a left hook. Left hook uppercut did that.
And he gets the 8 count. He's got blood from the mouth.
Richie the Bandit Bennett was never quite able to make a breakthrough in the 1980s. He was a long middleweight with some decent skills, I thought.
So, a technical knockout as recorded by Richie Bennett here in round 5. And there is no dispute from Tony Campbell or his corner.
What really set that knockdown up was when Richie Bennett hit him on the inside. He took the advice of his corner.
Bennett would be found out when he stepped up in class. His best achievement would be a win over the great Benny Briscoe, when Briscoe was past his best.
In the second round.
Well, that was more of a push. Yeah, well, a push.
But he seemed pretty dazed.
But anyway. He did get hit, but it was a push.
All right, we're going to take a look at this knockdown on the end of the fight.
Now, that was a right hand to the head and the left hook.
Notice the uppercut with the lead hand. I always take notice of the shot when it lands cleanly because it's a difficult shot to pull off in that fashion.
Damage.
Right as the bell sounded, number 1, as Vargas attacks Connolly here in round 4. Well, what David Reed took 5 rounds to do, Vargas will do sooner. Wow! Fernando Vargas turning it on, and that's it. The referee has stopped it here in round 2. The 20-year-old from Oxnard, California goes to 10-0. Vargas throws. And he doesn't lose his cool. Look how he picks his spots, throws the uppercuts, because those are the punches that he can get in. And then starts going with the hook. What's really nice about that is his selection of punches and the fact that he didn't throw more than he could land. And how about he gave himself angles, too, which most young fighters are probably not capable of doing. And there's an example of what you just talked about. Finding the angle where he could land the hook. Very impressive work by Fernando Vargas. And the referee steps in and...
The tables turned in Jackson's next fight, and this time he was in trouble in round 1. It wasn't surprising to see Jackson hurt, given his chin wasn't the best. But seeing it happen so early was like watching a plot twist you didn't expect.
That's a surprise. That's a big surprise. Jackson in trouble here at the end of round 1. 30 seconds left. On the trigger, but it's not coming off. I mean, he hasn't got that old Julian Jackson swarming style right now.
Jackson being cautioned for the moment by Marty Jenkins for hitting behind the head.
up at 7, wobbly, and it's all over. It is all over. Julian Jackson, who looked to be in trouble in the first round, wins it in the second.
Jackson regrouped and delivered one of the most vicious knockouts of his career, proving that even when hurt, he could still dish out punishment like a pro.
Then comes back home. Perfect. You can't do it better than that.
From the overhead as number 2 beats number 1, and there it is, the thunderous right hand.
Joe gets criticized for his footwork at times, but he can move fast if he wants to. He's just very economical with his footwork, like a well-oiled machine that only moves when absolutely necessary.
The fight is all over according to referee Kavanaugh, but Godoy has other ideas.
The opponent has been punched so hard that I think he's actually gone insane for a moment. He's just running on instinct. Meanwhile, the heavyweight king is relaxed in his corner, probably thinking about what's for dinner.
From these body shots, he doesn't like those. Oh, and a big right hand. It's all over now, surely. Only seconds left on the clock, but I'm afraid Maurice Gray is out of it. What is the final bit of damage? It was a left hook, wasn't it? To the head. That was the right. Another right, well, it was in fact the right hand. Yes, a right hand then, and it dumped poor old Maurice Gray underneath the bottom rope.
Stops this bout at 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
Championship of the world, 12 rounds, touch your gloves, come out at the bell. Good luck to both of you.
That is a good left hand from Hopkins.
Known as the Road Warrior, Glenn Johnson was one of the toughest fighters ever. He fought every major champion around his time, and the only man to ever stop him was Hopkins. Johnson said it was the toughest fight of his career, and he wasn't exaggerating. Greg was a masterful counterpuncher, and he put those skills on full display in this fight.
Concludere di risolvere la partita prima del limite. Per la prima volta, dobbiamo dire, abbiamo visto l'americano dare questa sensazione di forzare proprio. Eccoli d'incontro fatale.
That right hand he landed was a textbook example of counterpunching at its finest.
Di riportarsi sotto. Jacobsen è incappato in un sinistro-destro d'incontro. È il primo atterramento della sua carriera e ormai non c'è più nulla da fare. Nulla da fare, KO.
Watch how he expertly took advantage of his opponent's forward momentum, timing the punch perfectly as his opponent walked right into it. What's even more impressive is how Hagen landed both the left hook and the right hand cleanly, showing off his precision and timing. And credit to the opponent. He somehow managed to get up, probably wondering what just hit him. But Hagen wasn't in a charitable mood. With his very next attack, he wrapped things up. Hagen's counterpunching was on point, and this performance was a masterclass in turning an opponent's aggression into a one-way ticket to the canvas.
Con molta prudenza ha concesso, ecco, vedete questa azione splendida in fase di arretramento mentre attaccava, lo ha colto al volo con un sinistro-destro.
De desbordarle, está pintando mejor Javi.
No, vaya derecha.
Y una derecha.
Vaya front de derecha, terrible.
Contundente. Ha doblado la rodilla el italiano. Escucha la cuenta. Está prácticamente flotando en el ring. La sombra del knockout. Se levanta el ciclón, el ídolo del boxeo español, el que intenta la vida
No ha
Pero
habido caída.
le cuenta, no obstante le cuenta el árbitro. Efectivamente ha habido resbalón.
El árbitro le ha contado.
Queda mucho todavía, queda un universo de distancia a Javier, ese es su problema, no es un noqueador. Y vuelve nuevamente a caer.
Tremenda izquierda clarísima de Javi Castillejo cuando intentaba marcharse. El boxeador italiano se levanta desorientado. Está Giulio Spagnoli a punto.
Bruno came out swinging fast in his next fight, and Eddie Nielsen was left wondering what hit him.
And Bruno's going for a very quick win indeed here. Now, can Nielsen weather this? He said he could take anything that Bruno threw, but he can't. 30 seconds on the clock. Sid Nathan counting into his ear. Up at 8.
Bruno's right hands were like fireworks, lighting up the canvas and Nielsen's night.
Going to be all over in the first. Joe Bugner took 5 rounds to beat Nielsen. Never had him down like this. Nielsen's up quickly. Sid Nathan looks at him. On you go. Still not a minute on the clock.
Bruno had an impressive toolkit, but I'd have liked to see more body shots. Nielsen's head movement was decent, and a few body shots might have made the difference.
And the big southpaw from Swindon, with 35 fights behind him, doesn't know where he is or what's hitting him. Bruno upright, a giant. Nielsen a big man, but crouching over and taken with a right hand early in the third. And he looks to his corner, his eye's gone, and Sid Nathan says that'll be enough. And there's a tremendous cut appeared above Nielsen's right eye. All over.
Notice how Bruno feints a jab, and Nielsen falls for it like a cartoon character. Classic Bruno move.
So, and that not only put him down, but that created a terrible split above Nielsen's right eye. You looked as though you might have him over in the first minute.
Yeah, I thought I might have, but, you know, the fight game's a very strange game, you know, anything could happen.
You don't have to tell me that. I've been watching it a long time. No, it was a good win in the end, wasn't it? You slowed down a bit and took your time.
Well, I slowed down because I went like a flyweight at the first round. I had to pace myself and try to rock a little bit of rhythm and everything, but I thank God I won, Harry.
Would you like to see what you did in the final round there?
Yeah.
But just have a look at our monitor and we'll show it to you again. This is that tremendous right hand.
Yeah, he split his eye open.
It did, yes. Yeah. Not only put him down, but it did the eye.
Right.
You must have been, you knew all about that eye in the first place. I mean,
well, I knew about the eye, and I knew, you know, he was a tough opponent, so I wanted to destroy him, but I went a bit too hasty at first, but I thank God I destroyed him.
Joe Bugner was here tonight.
Yeah.
What do you think he thought of it?
He's saying 2 rounds, and I'm saying 5 rounds.
And hasn't been a pro all that long, considering his age. Oh, over he goes. He threw one himself and took a perfect counter punch. And we're only just over a minute into the fight. And another right. Over he goes for the second time. 120 into the contest. He's up too soon. And he needed a longer rest than that. And again, I think this is going to be stopped in the first round. It's all over. It is stopped. And the time is 1:34.
Roger Mayweather was out for revenge after Chavez beat him like a drum in the previous bout. This time, Chavez was gunning for Mayweather's 140-pound title and wondering how he'd fare at a higher weight class. Mayweather's manager, Billy Baxter, had put $25,000 on Roger to win, which must have made him sweat more than a sauna session.
Good right hand by Mayweather, but Julio Cesar Chavez has one of the best chins in boxing.
Mayweather started strong, moving laterally and throwing solid punches, but Chavez was like an unstoppable freight train.
Landed. And this is what Chavez did to Mayweather in their first fight.
Notice Mayweather's shoulder roll defense. It's about as effective as using a colander as a shield.
That storm, he's just playing possum here. Okay, here is Chavez throwing that long left. This is the same punch from another angle.
He's starting to get into Mayweather's chest a little bit. Like that. And the sheer aggression of Julio Cesar Chavez begins to take its toll, and now Mayweather rallies again with the left hand over Chavez's right.
Chavez laughed off Mayweather's best shots.
Good right cross. And now Chavez.
Roger later marveled at Chavez's chin, saying, "No matter what you hit him with, that MFer ain't going nowhere." The shoulder roll wasn't working well for Roger, but he fought on like a warrior with a leaky shield.
Just a little bit.
He was playing around too much and not training hard enough.
Now you're watching another one of Chavez's extraordinary skills. See how he will lean up on Mayweather, body him off inside, and do so in such a way with the shoulders and the arms as to create a punching angle. He's done it twice early in this round.
By the 7th round, Mayweather was running on empty, having to stand and fight more, which wasn't in his favor. At the end of the round, both fighters continued to throw punches like it was the final moments of a video game.
Very good professional fighter. Julio Cesar Chavez has never lost. Jesse Reed carries Chavez halfway across the ring, and the crowd begins to erupt.
After taking a cut in the 8th round, Mayweather still landed sharp right hands, but was visibly tiring.
Left eye, and he begins to try to measure the right cross in hopes of scoring a knockout, and he's landed it twice in a row. Make it 3 times. Chavez stares at him and says, "Come on, try again."
And Mayweather seems to say, "Damn, you take a punch."
In the 10th round, Mayweather fought on the back foot, conserving energy, but it was clear he wasn't winning this round.
Well, to a large degree, what we're watching here is the sheer imposition of will. Chavez has made Mayweather fight his fight in the last few rounds.
He has awesome will. It's very rare the kind of willpower you see in Chavez combined with his skills.
Then out of nowhere, the fight was stopped.
They have stopped the fight.
Mayweather claimed stomach cramps were the issue, but many thought he just threw in the towel.
As referee Hank Ellis-Burrow talked to Mayweather's corner, and it's over.
And Jim, I'm not 100% sure of why they stopped the fight. Obviously he has a cut, but the cut wasn't giving him a problem. I hate to say it, but I just think he didn't want any more of Chavez.
I think you're absolutely right. The position that Mayweather has assumed on his bench, the relationship he has with his manager and trainer would lead you to believe that Roger Mayweather said, "That'll do."
Camacho's apparently is making it a little difficult for Solis because he's starting to fight that left hand. That was a good right hand by Camacho. Camacho could be hurt from a punch by Solis. I don't think really either man was hurt there. He's backing away, and that's sign of hurt. And there was a left to the heart. That was a beautiful lead-off left by Camacho. Just a terrific punch by Camacho. Now watch what happens. 1:23 remaining in the round. There's enough time to get Solis out of there. Camacho has to be careful not to out-punch himself. And there was another good left hand. That's all. This one's going to be over. And he stayed down. That's all. Enough.
Evander Holyfield, the champion, trying to stay unbeaten against Henry Tillman, who's been on the run the last couple of rounds and has already been on the canvas once in round 2. Carlos Padilla, the referee. Alex, as I watch Holyfield, and we've watched him since he made his pro debut and before that as an amateur, he may not be what you would call gifted necessarily, but he appears to be highly skilled, more and more skilled as he goes along.
And he's more of a thinking fighter than I think people realize. He really is trying to put things together which you could qualify as being scientific. He tries to parry right hands with his right hand by the side of his head. Tries to put punches together. He said he wanted to get close. Oh, good.
Combination and a right. And down he goes. Mandatory 8 count.
Olympic gold medalist Henry Tillman must have felt like he entered a tornado when Holyfield opened up with his combinations.
He's been down for the second time as Padilla looks into his eyes.
Padilla was looking for Henry to give him an excuse to stop the fight, but Henry refused to give him that excuse. He told him he was okay. But Carlos Padilla said, look at Henry Tillman and not listen to him. This fight should be stopped, and it is. Now he's calling it a knockdown. He's calling it a knockdown.
That's the second knockdown. The 3 knockdown rule is in effect.
Holyfield's footwork and balance are usually too good for his opponents to survive while they're hurt. The 3 knockdown rule was in effect, and it was hard to see how Tillman was going to avoid being put down again.
Down twice in the round. down 3 times in the fight. He's ready to go, and that's it. Evander Holyfield stopping Henry Tillman.
Holyfield, with the coolness of someone selecting a snack from the fridge, unloaded a series of left hooks to finish the fight. This was Holyfield at his best, and it was great to watch.
Fighter and not listen to him. Henry Tillman said he was all right each time Carlos Padilla asked him, but Carlos Padilla should have stopped that fight after the second knockdown, Al.
And Evander Holyfield with another.
このラウンドは初めて。しかしこの試合3度目のラウンドであります。チャンピオンの西条。まだ残り決めました。カウントアウト。チャレンジャー横田、日本タイトル初めての挑戦で念願のチャンピオンベルトを手にしました。いやそれに。
In this fight, Hamed was just too fast for his opponent. It was like trying to catch lightning in a bottle. The second knockdown looked particularly painful, a punch right to the top of the head. It's the kind of hit that makes you rethink your career path.
That one. This may not go the first round, Jim, by the look of it. Oh dear.
The final knockdown came from a brutal left hand, and we all know the Prince is naturally left-handed. He's basically got a sledgehammer attached to his arm.
He's getting up and I can't blame him. No, he took a shot all right. He counted him out, John Coyle. Crowd have loved it, you see.
I was just waiting for the reactions, the counter punches, and waiting for my opening, and there you go. Whoop, there it is. Oh, I'm aiming to be a legend. A legend. Let's forget the world titles. Well, 3 world titles, that'll do me, but I'm aiming to be a legend.
Portillo's got to get busier. He needs to throw more jabs. Oh, forget it.
Well, he got nailed with the right hand before he got that one in the belly. Counts at 6, 7, 8.
He doesn't want any more time.
9. No. He's not going to get up. He's done. So here in the 6th round, it'll be a KO win. And the beat continues. Number 8 now. He got hit with a right hand in the face and then got nailed with a shot to the stomach. And that one crumpled him in 2, and he went to his knees.
Take a look at it right now, Tom. There's the right hand you were talking about. The left hook looked like a good body punch. He just grabbed his middle. Just a solid, not an illegal blow. Just a solid.
Kevin Kelly, back in his youthful prime, really showcased his lightning-fast reflexes in his fight against Silva. Watch out for the pull counter.
And Silva, that straight left hand beats the other guy to the punch. That's what it's all about. That's why you train that. There it is now.
Nice combination, right, left, real quick, real short, snappy. Just working him over here. Oh, down goes Silva for the combination. It's all over, no count. Jim Santos says no count, and that's the right thing to do.
Absolutely right, Sam. And what? There's a well-schooled fighter. He landed that big left, came right back with the right hook. That's just reflex.
Perfect combination by Kevin Kelly ends this fight late in the 4th round. And Kevin Kelly looks like he's ready to step up, Gil. It's time, maybe, even though it's only 4 pro fights, that he can move from 4 to 6 rounds.
Absolutely. He's a class fighter, Sam. I'd like to see that combination again. You can just see all the schooling in the gym. You land that straight left hand, the trainer tells you when the left hand hits the bag, hook back. And that's what he did. Just comes automatic when you're in the fight. Don't have to think about it.
He just wore down Silva with the continual pressure and the flurries.
The pull counter, a move he executed here with impeccable timing, is notoriously tough to pull off. It's a technique that demands a blend of elite athleticism and impeccable timing.
And that.
There it is. See that right hook behind that straight left hand?
3 beautiful combinations in there.
Notice the right hook is thrown so that it comes outside of Silva's peripheral vision. Silva didn't just go down, he folded up like a cheap deck chair at a picnic. When you get folded up like that, the fight is usually over. Ouch!
Most of the way here. He's walked onto a lot, but he's still coming forward. He's still trying to rescue it. He's been picked up by some hurtful punches, and Bott here looks gone. He looks gone, he's down. He's walked onto an awful lot, and look at the blood by the eye there. He's not got a lot left, and the referee stopped it. In the final round, the referee has stopped it, and Johnny Nelson from Sheffield, England, is the European Cruiserweight champion. Johnny Nelson totally unmarked, and this was an impressive performance from him. He must have worked to a game plan of counter-punching. Bott made to him. Official announcements being made, and these were the punches that ended it all. Another right crashing through the guard, and Bott here has nothing at all left in the tank, no petrol there. Down he goes, and the referee, I think quite wisely, decided with 17 seconds to go, and Nelson probably a street ahead on points anyway. There was no point at all in letting Bott take any more. He had nothing left. And Nelson is a good winner of this European Cruiserweight title. He's starting to rebuild his reputation after that terrible, terrible performance against Carlos de Leon, when in, as they say in boxing terms, he stunk the place out and got a very bad press.
And McCullough keeps on coming.
McCullough, keep on, McCullough.
Aaron McGuigan, this looks a little like Sean McGuire.
Which one?
The guy in the green trunks.
Yes, of course, the guy in the green trunks.
Wayne McCullough was a fighter who made his mark with an iron chin and relentless pressure. The kind of guy who could walk through a hurricane and come out the other side still throwing punches.
And Zamora is just weary, taking all those shots, but
with a 66% knockout ratio, his stoppages were less about single explosive shots and more about the cumulative effect of his non-stop aggression, like being caught in a never-ending storm of punches.
Be stopped.
This isn't a flurry, this is a blizzard. But Zamora getting through.
In his pro debut, McCullough set the tone for what would become his trademark style.
Under the pressure.
Rudy Jordan's going to take a good look at this.
Zamora also buying a little time, showing the kind of punches that he can take. Doctor is actually suggesting that he stop it at the end of the third, but Zamora wanted to continue. McCullough coming on even stronger in the fourth, and Rudy Jordan waves it off.
Good call by Jordan. This man, Zamora, had taken enough punches. Wayne McCullough, very impressive in his pro debut.
The right hand that dropped Zamora was a solid punch, but with McCullough, it was never just about one shot. What made McCullough so tough was his refusal to stop. He'd keep on punching all night if that's what it took.
It was a good call by Jordan. I had Zamora losing every round. It had been all this man, Wayne McCullough. Why make this fight go on?
Upright boxer, a good jab, and he's gone down from the left hook. Well, he didn't seem to catch him absolutely cleanly, but he caught it across the nose, as it were, and he swung it from way back Drayton, and now Cable in all sorts of trouble in this opening round. Well, we seem to have a war on the hands, and down he goes, and that could be the end of it right at the start. A big left hook right on Cable's chin, and he's down and very much out. Well, what a startling end to that contest. Cable is hurt, his head banged off the ropes there.
Yeah, I knew where I was. You know, as soon as it hit me, I knew where I was. But the second one was a good shot. The second shot, you know, second punch. But I didn't see it. You know.
Well, we can show it to you.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Yeah. Well, I think it would have knocked anyone down that.
It's a terrible disappointment for you, though. I mean, you can't imagine where you go on from here, can
No,
you?
I don't. I just said to my manager, you know, I'm very disappointed.
Roy Jones folded Lester up with a body shot so brutal, it should have come with a folding chair. Roy was a savage body puncher in his prime. He didn't just hit the body, he sent it an eviction notice.
A hug from Mason is the response. Oh, there's a right hand that is going to conclude this fight. Of that I'm sure. Surely Mason isn't going to get up from that. Sledgehammer right, and if he does get up, he will be stopped anyway, but he's counted out. Never had a hope of beating the count, Stinger Mason. It was a spectacular end to a pretty unspectacular fight.
I think that this knockout is brutal. Mason left himself wide open, practically waving a hit me here sign.
The little gap in the defense that he wanted to find, well, it was rather a big gap, and he slotted that big right hand, and that really thudded in. That was a real good shot there from him.
Mason, clearly stunned, hit the canvas with the kind of thud that makes you wince. The impact was severe and Mason was clearly hurt. A worrying sign for anyone witnessing the aftermath. I'm really not sure what Mason was doing here. If you're ever in the ring, just don't ever do this.
Very unsteady legs. They need to keep a very close watch on him.
You mentioned 4-6-4 so far in his career, but I looked at his record and saw the guys that he was fighting.
Man, he just got hit with a right hand that turned him sideways, and there's another one. And he's hanging on now and goes down, and Kobian is going to stop it. Kobian is going to stop it. Oh, well, Juan Manuel Marquez.
Can't miss, described it right, Tom.
What a label he's got. What a punch. Unbelievable. And I'll tell you, Rodriguez has got a pretty good chance.
Off of balance, went down, not too hard, but look at that right hand. That was a tremendous shot. That basically was the end of the fight right there. That right hand, he wobbled him badly and went in immediately to finish his man. And he watch him go to the body there as well. Good intelligence by the fighter. The man was hanging on to him, so he shifted his attack to the body right there because he had no punching room to go to the head. So rather than go wild and miss punches to the head, he smartly went to the body, and that was all she wrote.
Now, when you look at him quickly, one quick facial look, is that Bobby Chacon we're looking at?
Yeah, let's look an awful lot like Bobby, and I wouldn't doubt he might be able to achieve that kind of success.
Just look at the shoulders on this man Cummings. You can see why they call him Jumbo Cummings.
Jumbo Cummings had a history of going the distance with big names like Joe Frazier and Tim Witherspoon. He was tough, having served 12 years in prison for serious crimes. The first round was a feel-out session until the last second when Bruno was nearly out on his feet.
Oh, what a good right hand right on the bellum. Oh, Bruno's gone. He's gone. He's out on his feet. One punch, a right hand, and he doesn't know what's hit him. And suddenly the young prospect has come unstuck. Oh, how he's come unstuck. One big right hand from Cummings. And if that bell hadn't come up, then, that might have been the end.
This put a serious dent in his reputation because it looked pretty bad.
Brought him to a standstill. His legs are gone. And I don't know, he got himself back to the corner. Look at that. Fell into the arms of Lawless.
Cummings came at Bruno in the second round, and it seemed like an inevitable knockout was coming.
And they've got him out in some sort of condition. But Cummings knows what he has to do now. And Bruno's hanging on desperately, but he looks as though he's gone to me. The young man doesn't know where he is.
Bruno, known for being vulnerable when hurt, didn't have the best survival skills. Cummings was sloppy, falling into clinches and missing opportunities to land punches.
Gone down. It may be only the ropes holding him up. They get Cummings off him. If Bruno recovers from this, it will be a miracle. Round. Bruno survives by a thread. Oh, there's the right. He's found him at last.
Bruno managed to get his legs back, and the crowd went wild. His powerful overhand right turned the fight around like a plot twist in a soap opera.
Longer. Now then, can the big American survive it? He's got it. First knockdown. Round 7. What a sensation. He's made it to his feet, but his legs have gone and he's counted out. Floyd Jumbo Cummings has been stopped for the second time in his life and faster than he's ever been stopped before. And Bruno is the hero of the night and of the year. Finish again. There was one tremendous right hand from Bruno here. He found him at last. Look at that. Took him on the side of the chin. And I think from that moment, Cummings had gone. But somehow he went on. A
tremendous right-hand punch. Now, what about it? You're the hero of the night, Frank. It must be wonderful to come back like that.
For all these supporters to support me and stay behind and watch me, it's beautiful. As long as I can keep them here, you know, all the time.
When you got in the ring, you got a fantastic reception.
Beautiful, wonderful. I thank God for the crowd, you know, because they're nice, you know what I mean? Wonderful.
Now, we all said that you needed a test, and that man really gave you one, didn't he?
He did
now,
give
he's
me
a strong
test,
fellow.
You know, they're stronger than him, more younger opponents than him, but he was a little bit old. But he was good because he knew the game, you know, and he's hardly ever been stopped. He's only been stopped once. He's a good opponent.
Twice now.
Right, yeah, Harry.
Things. And there's a left-hand lead from Tillman that landed.
Neither one of these guys is good.
Oh, big right hand by Green. That one hurt Tillman. He was wide open, and he's in trouble, and down he goes. Tillman trying gamely to get up, but he will not, as Rudy Battle waves that this fight is over. It was one big crushing right hand.
On his Tillman in his favorite position against the ropes, but he gets nailed with that solid right hand. Right hand back to the body, another right hand on the chin, left hook, another solid right hand, left hook, and another right hand.
That first right hand was the one that did the damage, though. Tillman tried to cover up, and he never really recovered from the first shot, and he just gave Green some more opportunities to pound away before he went down. There it is again. Tremendous big right hand, and you can see the legs buckling. Tillman gamely trying to stay on his feet. But Green gets 3 more good, clean blows in, sending him down.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time of this bout.
Meets Joe Louis, the young, sensational brown bomber, in a scheduled 15-round bout.
Louis started off his fight against Max Baer with a fine combination. I think Baer just thought, to hell with boxing, I'm going after him, and launched himself at Louis. Notice the poise and calmness of Louis as he pounds Max with counters. In his prime, Joe was a terrifying fighter when it came to pocket brawling. He is right at home here. He'll fight you on the inside all day long. Well, for as long as you can last.
The bell, and it saves Maxie from a knockout.
Max was saved by the bell.
Like a mask.
Good jab here by Joe, and he's ripping Max up on the inside again.
Bears down. That last hard right to the jaw did it.
The counter right hand was on point, and Max was in severe trouble now.
The count of 9. Three lightning left hooks to the jaw.
The series of left hooks is one of the most beautiful combinations I've seen from a heavyweight fighter. Once again, Max was saved by the bell. I'd pull him out now if I were his corner man, but this was the 1930s. Max was afraid to do anything now. He gets caught with the lead right again, and that left hook was brutal. It takes a lot to make Max sit out a count.
Dynamite in both hands. Now let's take a good look at the knockout in slow motion. Baer has absolutely no defense against Lewis's lightning fast punching.
Joe was an absolute beast in his prime. What a monster.
10, that's it, it's all over. Joe Louis defeats former champion Max Baer in less than 12 minutes of fighting.
Good left uppercut there from Kevin Kelly, and Almonte on the floor here in round 2. He doesn't look at all well. Will the referee stop it? I hope he does. Yes, he has. Well, a very sensible decision there from Philippe Verbeek, the Belgian referee, and more of an uppercut than a hook. I suppose a good cross between the two of them. Bang. A very arcing punch. No doubt about it. Kelly.
Kenny Weiss got the usual brutal body shots from Chavez early on, as if he'd been hit by a truck made of fists.
But takes some good shots to the head. And now he's solid blows to the head from Chavez.
He grabs the head. Chavez, like the true professional he is, drills the body. Punching room for the body shots. 1, 2, right above the belt. Then with the left, again with the right. Drove Weiss off, and then came up with the uppercut.
In the third round, Chavez landed a counter right hand, so precise it could have been used in a sniper rifle.
Scoring trio of punches by Chavez. And Alex Weiss's gloves are coming down. The shots to the head are scoring. Ooh, a solid right.
You could stop this fight anytime you wanted to.
Referee Frank Cappuccino.
Gonna give him a standing count under New Jersey rules.
Here comes the standing 8. Which
Kenny had heart, but he was like a fish out of water against Chavez's relentless punches.
do you want to continue, son?
I hope Frank won't let it go too much longer.
But right now, Kenny Weiss, and that's it. Frank Cappuccino waves off the fight, and wisely so. Wisely so. And a game effort by Kenny Weiss, but again, the brilliance of Julio Cesar Chavez, easy to see.
They're really a glorified sparring session.
Him too in this fight.
Got him with a right hand and a left hand to the body. Solar plexus, actually, and that's a very painful punch.
Plus, it's thrown with excellent speed, adding more intensity to that punch.
There's a right to the head and a left hand to the solar plexus, just below the heart.
And many fighters go to the body, then the head. He went upstairs, then downstairs, and he really caught Hayden by surprise.
There it was again, same combination.
And that's definitely a knockout punch in this fight for him.
Oh, right hand, and down goes Hayden. I mean, he's done. He is out. A crushing right hand.
And they get the doctors in immediately. They have to. And already caution being advised here.
That was a monster punch.
Oh. And this is the dramatic finish. He knows he can go to the body, so he gets a lot more on that shot. And now, with Hayden looking for that body shot and afraid of it, Johnson goes to the head, and it's like in the movies.
Well, it really was. He was out, as we said, before he hit the canvas.
Now, there you go. Johnson's so aware of that body shot. He is so afraid of it here. He's wide open to the head. See, this brings his arms down. And then Johnson, a 3-punch combination to the head, and lights out. Fortunately, Hayden did not hit the canvas with his head first. He hit it with his back.
Watch out for some chicken leg action in this fight.
Close like that. He's got to catch Mitu as he comes in. Just use that jab to get the angle. Beautiful shot there.
Right hand sends Mitu down for only the 4th time in his long career. And the 28-year-old looks at Nobby Nobbs in the corner. He says he's okay, but that took him off balance, and it was a terrific right from Thomas McDonough, and he'll be looking for his first stoppage win.
But Thomas wasn't done yet. Sensing his opportunity, he followed up with a crisp left hook that sent Mitu down for the second time.
Left hand from McDonough puts Mitu down for the second time. He found it there. And Arv Mitu looks at Nobby Nobbs, who waves it off. I don't think Nobby wants him to carry on. They're talking in the corner. It's over, and Thomas McDonough has made it 3 wins out of 3.
It was as if Mitu suddenly forgot he was in a boxing match and thought he was auditioning for a new dance craze. His legs wobbled, knees buckled, and for a moment, you could almost hear the crowd collectively go, "Did that really just happen?"
Jab, and then a long, choppy right hand. And look at the effect. That's one punch against usually a durable opponent. So it's the confidence that will give him in his own punch power. That'll do him the world of good.
If the right hand made Mitu do the chicken dance, the left hook was like hitting the pause button. Mitu was down and the fight was practically over. Thomas was a game operator at British level.
Just left himself a little open there. Could have been a bit dangerous himself, but he really knew he had to get that left hook on. He did it in good style. We said short left hook there. He went down heavily, and there was no way Norman Nobbs, who looks after his guys, who normally Joe was going to let that go on.
He had Colin Jones in real trouble in 2 fights and couldn't make it. Larson, he's got him with a right again. Oh, he finds him so easily to the head. And now Kelly's cut underneath the left eye as well. On his feet, but looking groggy. And Larry O'Connell is stopping the fight. And the champion goes reeling around the ring in relief. It's across. Here it comes. Look at that. And that's not only put him on the floor, that cut him underneath the left eye. And Larry O'Connell took one look in the eyes of Kelly and said, that's enough for tonight.
Keeping your hands down in a boxing ring is like driving without a seatbelt. It's exciting, sure, but one wrong move and you're in trouble.
With another right there, he stopped running for the moment. And every time Boucher gets him at close quarters, Boucher seems to get the better of things. That's a good left hook, and he's got him! He's got him! And that might be the end, not only of the fight, but of Kirkland Lang's career. Kirkland Lang, I don't think he's going to get up. It is all over in the 9th round, which has been such a pivotal round. Looking back on Lang's career, Kirkland Lang is knocked out. Donovan Boucher retains the Commonwealth welterweight title. Lang simply ran out of gas.
Lang carries his hands low and relies on reflexes, which is risky. At 36 years old, your reflexes are generally not good enough to get away with this style in boxing. Notice he tries to parry the punch. I think he thought a jab was coming here. Donovan threw a hook around the side instead, and it completely caught Lang out. That hook sent Lang to the canvas faster than you could say risky business, proving that even the slickest fighters can always slip past Father Time.
In Nottingham, and almost certainly his last. There was, remember, a clause in the contract which said that if Kirkland Lang lost this one, then he would have to retire, and that was on the insistence of his own manager, Mickey Duff.
This was the finish. We'd heard that Boucher had been practicing on the left. He told us so afterwards. The left hook. It was the only punch that was needed, wasn't it?
I think by then that was just sort of like the final straw.
I mean, it was obviously a good punch, but I mean, it appeared to be little more than a slap, did it, really?
Yeah, I think that must have hit a nerve point at the top of the head, because it did hit. They're the sort of punches you see Tyson put people away with, right at the top of the forehead, and it doesn't look like anything. And punches like that aren't supposed to be anything, but there's obviously some nerve or something around there where it affects, because he went. You see the way his legs went. He buckled and he was gone, and he didn't even get up.
Me parece que por ahí está el camino. Tal vez por eso se planta al revés, para poder descargar con mano.
Atención con ese gancho. Atención con ese gancho. El gancho de izquierda. Cuenta el señor Pérez. Cuenta el señor Pérez. Atención con ese gancho. No está para seguir. Sin embargo, le da el paso.
Estaba desesperado Mattioni. Fíjense en el gancho. Allí va la mano que se mete por dentro de la guardia del boxeador de Colombia. Lo dijimos porque está muy cansado el argentino. Él está rogando que esta pelea termine, no solamente por ganar, sino porque está echando el rey, tomándose, guapeando y hasta mirando de reojo al árbitro, porque esto era mucho para él.
Sí, no, pero
fue un golpe bajo, ¿no?
Sí, fue abajo, indiscutiblemente, ¿eh? Fue abajo, indiscutiblemente, no va más. No va más. Ganó Mattioni.
Falla reglamentaria, excepto este golpe. Y me parece...
Adviértanlo, fíjese. Ahí se lo anuncia, ahí va. Da el paso atrás y se cubre. O sea que el golpe llega amortizado por el antebrazo de Maquilón. Pero Maquilón dice, esta es la mía.
Además, el golpe existió.
El golpe existió. Claro.
Winnie was a sacrificial lamb to the slaughter, going up against prime Roy Jones. He tried to make Roy angry and turn the fight into a brawl. Yeah, great plan, Vinny. Vinny's strategy was to make Roy fight emotionally, not intellectually, and it kind of worked for about 30 seconds.
There was emotion in this building, and it's not just coming from the stands. Good round for Roy Jones Jr.
Heavyweights, certainly not guys down at this level.
And he only threw 5. Jones is going after him now.
12 rounds anytime he wants. He gambles selectively.
Nice uppercut by Jones. The right eye would have come from a classic punch.
You all right? Just kind of punch.
But eventually, Roy's hand speed and talent took over, and Vinny got steamrolled by a guy who throws punches with GPS precision.
away from being it.
There is about a half minute left to go. He's not even close to being okay.
One big shot could end it here.
That's another knockdown. There's no 3 knockdown rule in effect here.
They've got to be very close to stopping, and even if he gets through, you have to be concerned about his health and safety here because he's tired and he is wide open.
It is over. Roy Jones Jr. has defended his IBF junior middleweight title.
Here's the big left hook. Tremendous shot there.
He fought great. You know, when a guy fights good and you got an off night, and especially as talented as Roy is, you got problems. You know, I wish they would have kept the fight going on because, you know, it would have been no problem going 12.
Und wieder wunderschöne linke Hände von Darius. Die rechte war wieder auf der Hand geschlagen. Wieder harte Treffer. Aber der Ehre geht nicht runter, jetzt geht der Ehre runter. Darius hat noch einmal nachgeschlagen und das Handtuch ist gefallen. Das Handtuch wurde in den Ring geworfen. Der Kampf ist aus, aber ein toller, toller Kampf. Neuer IBF. Ich denke da mal an einen Europameisterschaftskampf. Liebe Boxsportfreunde.
Larry Holmes' left jab is widely regarded as the best in boxing history, and for good reason.
Look at those lefts get in there from Holmes. Totally dominating the action. But that quick left jab of Holmes.
When Holmes was in his prime, the jab wasn't just a punch, it was a weapon. He had a field day with it. Poor Leroy Jones got a front row seat to that show, but Holmes didn't stop there. Once Jones was softened up, Holmes went full-on beast mode.
Toe-to-toe now, along the ropes. Holmes is really leveling Jones now. He's using the right much more frequently and using it well.
He unleashed a barrage of heavy punches, left hooks, body shots, and those signature thunderous right hands.
Larry going more to the uppercut now. Jones a wide open target. Jones ready, it seems to go. A little bit wobbly. 20 seconds left in round 8. And Larry throwing everything he could into it. Give Jones credit for gameness. He tries to fight back, but his body is just falling into the corner directly above us. And they're stopping the fight. And it's a good thing that Richard Green did. One has to be concerned about fighters in the wake of 4 recent deaths. He is completely pooped, bagged out.
Holmes didn't just beat Jones, he put on an old-fashioned, no-holds-barred beatdown. It was like Holmes decided to clean house, and Jones was the unfortunate furniture. I think the referee made a smart move stepping in when he did, because that was turning into a downright frightening situation in the corner. Any longer, and Holmes might have knocked Jones into next week. Check out the sheer ferocity of Holmes' right hands. Each one landed like he was trying to punch a hole in the space-time continuum. Brutal stuff. Holmes was a beast in his prime, a true force of nature in the ring, and performances like this are why opponents probably needed therapy.
Ed ecco il sinistro d'incontro di Campanella, fa piegare le gambe a Taylor, scuote il capo, non sembra potercela fare, infatti non ce la fa Taylor, Carl Taylor e KO. Un sinistro d'incontro di Campanella ha messo KO il pugile finale di questo incontro. Vedete il sinistro di Campanella allo stomaco, al corpo, avevamo visto bene, che fa piegare le gambe a Taylor, gli manca il fiato e Taylor non prosegue il match.
All I want to do is get in, take somebody out in such a fashion, so stylish, do you know what I mean?
To give the crowd a show?
Yeah, give the crowd a show. And then after that, we're going to party, do you know what I mean? All right.
Your Prince, Nazim Hamed.
In this defense, the Prince faced tough Argentinian Juan Gerardo Cabrera. This fight showed that not only was Hamed a knockout artist, but he also had the ability to break down his opponents systematically.
Oh, big right uppercut, that corkscrew right uppercut, which is a trademark punch, one he has invented himself. But Prince Naseem found out against Daniel Alicia that if he gets careless, he could get caught with a sucker punch. Naseem Hamed, one of his trademark shots there.
Yes, wasn't it beautiful? Led with the right hand. Just turned it up. A little bit more action here later in the round, the right and the left.
He showed incredible patience waiting for the perfect moment to land his bombs.
He's keeping those gloves up very hard, but he's caught by the right uppercut, left the cap. Prince Naseem's going for the finish now.
Cabrera tried to stand his ground, but Hamed's power was just too much. The end came in the fourth round, with the Prince unloading a devastating combination that left Cabrera on the canvas. It was a clear message to the rest of the division. Hamed was the man to beat.
Second round, just as he'd predicted.
See the stoppage there. Again, that trademark right hand turns into an uppercut. Another powerful left.
I'd love to box anybody. I'd knock any featherweight out. Do you know what I mean? All I have to do is turn up. I've already won. Getting hit with shots of mine. You can't go past the second round.
距離を取ります。中に入っていく。あっと右ストレートをグラッときた。グラッときた。ルイスチャンス。ダウン。最後は右のストレート、そして左のフック。さあゴンザレス立ち上がることができるか。ああダメです。ダメです。レフェリーのマーサー・マーカンテが試合を止めました。ルイシと小泉見事に初防衛戦ノックアウト勝利飾りました。
まあこれで距離測り直して右ストレートです。はいこれです。
ばったりとマットに倒れました。
もう首がねじ切れる。
前を取っているのがよくわかります。
首がもう本当にねじれるようですね。伸びの効いたフォロースルーの効いた右。
Once again he comes out on top.
Clinton Woods knew he had a tough assignment against prime Roy Jones. Woods put up some resistance, but it wasn't long before Roy started using him as a human punching bag.
That time Woods protecting his body, so Jones goes upstairs as Woods' guard comes down.
Woods could do very little other than cover up and pray for the bell.
Done well in various parts of the country from coast to coast and border to border. Never. This is one of his chicken. He's doing his Gamecock stuff now, and that's because there's a cut. There's a cut
in the center of Woods' face.
Believe that? I don't believe that, George. All three judges in this fight are not from America, and wherever he goes, he'll have neutral judges.
You better believe it, Larry.
You could be badly vision impaired and you'd still be able to score a Roy Jones fight.
Yeah, but that's not the way it goes when you're away from home. You got to get those fights over with.
And you wonder how much of this Clinton Woods is going to want to take. Because now it's batting practice, and now Woods' manager.
Eventually, his corner threw in the towel, and honestly, that was the best decision they could have made. Woods had no chance in this fight. Roy was just on another level.
Manager wisely stopped the massacre.
Very good call. Yeah! Very impressive. Dennis Hobson from the scrap metal business got into boxing a few years ago and made the right move there, stepping up onto the apron to protect his fighter. Didn't land either. That was enough to show Dennis Hobson that the humane thing to do was to protect his fighter, and he did it decisively.
The reason that Jones had an opportunity to look so good was because Woods came to try to make him fight.
It was a good
He came
fight.
to try to win.
Absolutely. All credit to Clinton Woods.
Good fight.
Glenn Woods went in there and did the best he possibly could. And after a while, that just brought Jones up to a level where he gave the fans a tremendous show.
And it was a show indeed.
Yes, I'm ready for whoever want to bring it behind to me. Whenever, whoever, however you want it, you damn right. I want it. I forgot. You know what? I was going to be nice. Forget that. Yeah, I want it. Whoever wants to come here. And Tarver, y'all just don't know. I've been wanting to fight Tarver so bad I've been dreaming about it in my sleep. Y'all don't know. He made me mad when he lost. I bet Brooks. Didn't I tell you I'm coming for him? I'm coming to get him, baby.
Good left to the right by Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, good left by Manny Pacquiao to the face. Caught him flush at the right side of the head. He's down, and I don't think he's going to get up. He doesn't look too good. He's slowly trying to get up. He is coming out. Yes.
See that again. Another angle.
That was that goal. That left set it up.
Yes. That was it.
This knockout came in the 5th.
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid the Iron Man's breaking up. There was a delay from that punch, but it was inevitable. And the knockdown timekeeper is doing it over the public address system, the count. And then he stopped when the referee takes it up. And it seemed to me that the bell went, and he should have continued counting. There's a bit of confusion here. And here's the first knockdown then, Jim. Have a look at this.
That was a tremendous left hook. He led with the right hand, but caught him with the left hook. Shook him up badly. That was a lot of power into that left hook.
Well, so the start of the third round, it was a bit obvious. He waited for the second whistle to blow, and then the formality that Matthew Hilton retains the championship.
Chavez had a non-title fight in Mexico, which was like a public service announcement on how to demolish your opponent.
A la luna cae finalmente el de Guanajuato, Rodolfo Bata. Minutos.
Rodolfo Bata was knocked down so often, he could have been given a map to find his way back to his corner.
Derecha izquierda de Chavez, otra vez sobre el rostro de Rodolfo Bata. El referee.
Bata complained about the stoppage, but he was clearly out of it. He probably should have just bought a ticket and watched the fight from ringside.
頑張れるか。残り30秒です。第8ラウンド、第9ラウンド残り30秒。今逆にやっぱり打っていったら隙ができるんですね。試合終了。高橋またも野望が打ち砕かれました。パク・チョンピル。雄たけびであります。勝利の雄たけび、パク・チョンピル。逆にカウンターで食いましたね。食いましたね。ちょうど狙うとこですからね。左がノーガードですからね。ダウン取られたんで勝負かけに行ったんですよね。3度目の挫折。屈辱を味わっております高橋直人大の字。平成3年最初のリング、韓国のチャンピオンが元日本チャンピオンを破りました。
勝ちましたパク選手に日本テレビ放送部の株式会社より試合者トロフィーが贈られます。
まだ意識が戻っていないのか高橋をご覧いただきましょう。出ていくところです。高橋がどうしようもなく出ていくところ。
In this intense moment, Takahashi was hit hard, resulting in a significant knockout. Notice that he was in the middle of throwing his own right hand when Park's punch landed first. It was a tough break for Takahashi, but the good news is that he made a full recovery and is doing well today. Both fighters showed incredible courage and skill, proving themselves as true warriors in the ring.
Huge left hand and another standing 8 count. That was a huge shot.
It's time to stop this fight.
Yes, it is.
There's no point in this standing 8. Look at him tilting. He looks like the leaning tower of Pisa. Oh, I can't believe he's letting it go on. That's 5 knockdowns. There's no point. The man is out of it.
And there's another one that buckled it. That's got to be it. Well, everything that William Guthrie was not in this fight, Michael Nunn was.
For William Guthrie, I think it's the end of the line. For Michael Nunn, perhaps a whole new career born at the age of 36.
Just hearing his name.
First 3 rounds have been less than awe-inspiring, and Holmes has not been impressive. Zanon, with his own left, was troubling Holmes, especially in the 3rd round. Now Larry looks like he's going to work. There's the right lead, and how quickly Zanon went down. 1 blow.
Larry Holmes landed his beautiful 1-2 combo on Lorenzo Zanin, and you could see Zanin was in deep trouble. Holmes was like a shark that just caught a whiff of blood in the water, and let's be honest, Zanin was practically wearing a come-get-me sign. From that moment on, it was only a matter of time before Holmes' right hand dropped him again, and boy did it ever.
Zanone trying to reestablish his own left jab, trying to move, but covering now, and the movement isn't what it was in the first 3 rounds. Another right, and Zanone goes down. Quickly, he is up, right above us. A minute 12 into the round, 13. The fight will resume. 3 knockdown rule is waived. Title fight.
Zanin was taking a beating so thorough, you'd think Holmes was trying to make sure he'd never consider boxing again.
Let's see if Larry lets Zanone get off the hook. Mid-50 into the round. It's 4th round action, 2 knockdowns in the round. There's the right, Zanone's ready to go.
Zanin took a standing count after another brutal right hand, followed by a left hook, and you could almost see him thinking, how many more of these do I have to take?
One of them. First one. There's the right. Quick, sharp right. Bang. It did follow a left. It was not a right lead. And one would expect from a heavyweight champion. There he goes from the right again. Out quickly. This should go it. He looked at his corner in perfect candor. It didn't appear that he wanted it to go on. Sounds harsh, I know, but you saw him look at his corner. And so it's over.
He had to dig deep, really deep, to make it through that round, but Holmes was relentless, and when he pummeled Zanin to the canvas with yet another crushing right hand, the referee wisely called it off. Honestly, it was like the ref was saying, okay, that's enough of that. We're not turning this into a crime scene. Zanin gave it everything he had, but with Holmes in shark mode, there was no escaping what was coming. This is classic Larry Holmes. He follows up that jab with a right hand that lands with pinpoint accuracy. I think this punch is a perfect example of Holmes' timing and power. It's smooth, it's precise, and in my opinion, it's the kind of punch that makes you wonder how Zanin even stayed on his feet. In my opinion, this punch is the kind that makes you want to call your mom and tell her you love her because you're not sure you'll make it through the round. I think Zanin probably saw the afterlife for a second there before he hit the canvas.
Knockout punch again. There was a long left jab that got in there, and then the right. And Zanone was down for the 3rd time in the fight.
It's all in my heart right now. It's all anger. It's all everything. I'm not showing it because I don't need to, but really want this fight severely bad.
Mid-drift away, and you see his body much more cut the next time out. But right now, and of course going against a guy like Loicano, who has a magnificent-looking body, and he's hit, he's on the ropes, and he goes down. Loicano will take the 8 count. It's up to 5 and 6. He may be really hurt. It's up to 7 and 8. Oh, he's going to make it. 9. He's trying to get up, and he says no, he can't make it. And then afterwards, Bill Connor says, no, it's too late. You didn't make the 10 count.
He's hurt. He's down, but the bell saves him.
Former heavyweight king Gene Tunney showed a nice double jab and right hand there. Tunney had good footwork and noticed how he maintained his balance to get power into that right hand while moving forward. It's like he's performing a tightrope act with boxing gloves.
1,000 fans are now cheering for Tunney.
It's target practice for Gene now. He keeps landing that right hand and is clearly enjoying himself. The stoppage might have seemed premature for this time, but it was like watching a finale in the fireworks show. You just knew it was time to end.
Gene Tunney, the winner by a TKO, and still the one.
In his 74th fight, Chavez delivered a show-stopping performance.
A body shot by Chavez that did not look that stinging.
There's the time left in the second.
All right, let's look at that mysterious knockdown. I think it was the body shot that did it. Right here. Boom. And down he goes.
The replay shows just how precise the body shot was, like aiming for a bullseye in a dart game.
Duplessis complains.
Padilla having more to say than usual. It's interesting because Chavez doesn't understand what he's saying anyway.
Okay, there he is. There's the punch. There's the punch. And Padilla weighs it up. He weighs it up.
Chavez continued to impress with his trademark counter right hand, delivering punches as accurate as a Swiss watch.
He's caving in. He's almost diving through the ropes. Any chance to continue no matter what he did. He's just outclassed. Another example of an excellent fighter with a big record, Duplessis, not even being in the same league, not even being in the same city with Chavez.
Right there.
Yeah. The right hand started him on his way. The second right was not really hard. The body shot really propelled him through the ropes. Right here. Boom. And out he goes.
Rosario was a patient and formidable puncher known for his ability to deliver devastating one-punch knockouts. His power was immense, and he often relied on a single, well-placed shot to end a fight.
Round number 3, a couple of good shots from Rosario after he took a bit of a beating in the corner from Rocky Montoya.
A prime example of this is how this perfectly timed left hook sent Roque into a disoriented chicken dance state.
Edwin Rosario hammering Montoya with the left hand.
He's going to get up. He's a little weak right now. He's a little hurt, but
here
this
comes
could be it. He's hurt.
Rosario trying to finish it here in round number 3.
In addition to his power, Rosario was a skilled boxer with excellent mobility and ring intelligence. He was adept at creating angles that allowed him to land punches while avoiding counters, making him a difficult target to hit. When facing Rosario, absorbing a combination of punches was a grave mistake, as Roque found out. He took several consecutive punches from Rosario, which proved disastrous. This series of punches culminated into a knockout, highlighting the peril of underestimating Rosario's power and precision.
It's over. Edwin Rosario, the former WBC lightweight champ, who lost his title in November of '84 to Jose Luis Ramirez of Mexico, beats the former Mexican lightweight champ.
In the ring, even a brief lapse in defense against Rosario could quickly lead to a fight-ending knockout.
Dance and box and use his skills as much as he can. A good left from Norris, and Mugabe is staggered. John Mugabe goes down. A left from Terry Norris drops John Mugabe. Mugabe is up and on Queer Street. Oh, this crowd is stunned. John Mugabe dropped his mouthpiece. Here's where Mugabe will need all the experience he had in his legs back to a degree.
If somebody told you there was going to be a knockdown in round 1, Dan.
Oh, and that right from Norris. You saw it stiffen the legs of Mugabe. And John Mugabe is helpless. John lived here in Tampa for a number of years. Oh, and that right from Terry Norris. And John Mugabe will not get up. Terry Norris with the right finishes it here in round 1. Terry Norris, the new WBC super welterweight champion.
Off Terry with a left hook. This is early in round 1. First minute of the round. There, that left hook on his temple, and his legs were gone at that point. What were you thinking right here?
Take him out. Go ahead and take him out.
Were you fearful? Were you respecting his power still at this point, or were you just thinking about getting him out of there?
Yeah, I did anticipate that he still had the power. For that right there, I set him up with the right hand. Pop, right there. There it is. Right, straight right hand. That clocked him right there.
Was there any doubt in your mind when he went down that time that you were the new champion?
Yeah, I knew it was over there.
Roy Jones sported an unusual haircut against Byrd. I'm not sure what was more ridiculous, the haircut or the fact that Byrd thought he could stand up to Roy.
One express priority for Roy Jones in the first round of every fight is to check the chin of his opponent. He wants to land at least one heavy shot, power shot against Antoine Byrd to see how well Byrd can take it. And already Jones has been to the body with the right hand and slipped in a quick left hook to the chin.
Byrd got the usual first-round treatment, and by treatment, I mean he got sent to the Shatter Realm by Roy's insane speed.
Punctuated by the right hand. Byrd's head snapping back with the right. Jones landing early power shots, and Byrd's
to Bird's credit. He was badly hurt, but he was still trying to fire back. He's taking terrible punishment now.
Many opponents are stunned by Jones's speed in the first round, and that is part of Bird's experience right here.
There is a 3 knockdown rule, Jim. One more knockdown and it's over whether Bird can get up or not.
Good
and now
point,
Jones
Larry.
turns to southpaw.
This is going to be over, I think. Bill Connor's seen enough.
Gil Clancy, the experienced trainer and analyst, was commentating on the fight, and he looked as shocked as if he had just seen a UFO.
No, we're watching a phenom here right now, gentlemen. We may be seeing one of the most talented fighters that's ever come along in this game. That's about as high a praise as you can give, Gil, and coming from you, that is the supreme compliment.
As talented as whom, Gil?
I would say as talented as just about anybody I've seen. The punching power, the speed, he has it all. As you pointed out, Jim, he says he would like to test his opponent's chin in the first round, and if nothing happens, he will then go back and take his time and look for a more methodical victory. But he felt he could hurt Bird, and Bird fought him back, and this is the price he had to pay.
Part of the book on Jones is that the most dangerous punch is the left hook, and there were left hooks in these flurries, but the finishing damage was, I think, done by right hands, Gil.
His right hand was very, very effective tonight.
The AIDS virus. And Frank Garza, who is picked up, very compassionate with what Tommy Morrison is going through. This fight is over. And Garza is donating his purse, as is Morrison, to the Knockout AIDS Foundation. So Tommy Morrison hardly breaks a sweat. Be against George Foreman, the man he beat a couple of years ago to win the WBO heavyweight championship. And it is Marcus Rody, came out with a smile on his face. I don't know if the question is the jet lag situation.
Really sickened Swaby. Can make it a tough night if you're not up to the challenge.
Oh, right hand from Dallas. Beautiful shot. Down goes Swaby. That was a heavy knockdown. Don't tend to see him fall quite as dramatically as that. Is he going to make it? He says no. Well played, Tom Dallas. That's a big win. 10 out of 10, and he blows away Lee Swaby in some style.
Lee Swaby threw a left hand and then, for some reason, decided to leave his head hanging around like a hit me sign at a carnival. Tom Dallas saw the opportunity and didn't need a second invitation. Dallas wasn't exactly known for his finesse, but when it came to capitalizing on a mistake, he turned this one into a KO that was as decisive as it was satisfying.
Punch. And normally, good fighters sicken Lee Swaby. They don't do that to him.
25-year-old Tom Dallas. Could he be the hidden secret in the heavyweight division?
Tony Lopez looking very fresh. Yeah, and he just ran into a big right hand Gamache. He's in a little bit of trouble. He's in trouble right now. I think this is the end of the fight.
Tony Lopez putting Joey Gamache down. The first time Gamache has been down as a professional. Gamache to his feet at 8, but it's all over. The referee, James Santa, has stopped the fight. Now look at the knockdown. That chopping blow by Lopez. And Gamache shaken. And the right hand grazed Gamache. Gamache looking like he was ready to go, as Bobby mentioned. And Lopez continued the assault. Big right hand right there. Gamache went down. Referee James Santa counted to 8. And then Gamache got back to his feet, and Santa said that is it. With 40 seconds left in round 11, Joey Gamache is stopped.
With an Essex. Oh, what a right hand punch that was.
flush on the chin there. I doubt whether he'll get over this round, although he's running out of time. The right-hand punch really did it, and he's got to continue the count. And Larry O'Connell just glanced at the timekeeper, and if he stays up long enough, the bell's going to interfere, and it is. And he just managed to stop Mason from charging in there. And led back to the corner there by Freddie King. Very groggy indeed, Jim.
Well, we won't see a more positive start from Gary Mason.
Gary Mason put on a display of his fearsome power in his fight against Jess Harding, reminding everyone why he's considered one of the hardest hitters to ever come out of the UK.
Footing there.
And then in the overhead shot as well, Jim. I mean, that was some right hand. He ruled that well, but had it been earlier in the round, well, I think it probably could have been curtains there. There it is. Well, the chin has been tested. There's no need to test Harding's ticker because he's a game guy, all right, but he's going to need to be. You see, he's putting the punches together well here, Mason. He's accurate with them too, and it doesn't look as though it's going to go, Jim. No, it won't now. He's out in the second. And they've dived in there. The referee stopped it while he's on the floor, turning him on the side. And the Boxing Board of Control doctors in the ring right away. This fella was a bit lethal tonight, Jim, even allowing for the fact that there were people that thought that Harding wasn't ready for him. Yeah, well, he still did it in style.
There must have been pressure on Mason tonight because everybody expected him to win. I'm a bit concerned at the way Harding went over there. His head's really thumped that canvas, and at this moment I'm a little bit concerned that no serious damage is taking place, but Mason's performance was flawless. He knew he had too much power, too much strength and experience. He boxed far more rounds than Harding. He just took the fight with the scruff of the neck and stayed there. But hopefully Harding is going to fully recover from that.
Those thunderous right hands had ouch written all over them.
Over there, the sponge, and which is obligatory, of course. Now, the doctor's there he is. The Border Control doctor, very experienced. He will not let him move at all until he's absolutely satisfied that he's capable of getting up okay.
This was just a brutal right hand that sent Harding crashing to the canvas, producing the dreaded fencing response. This response usually involves one or both arms extending outward, often rigidly in an unnatural position. It's called a fencing response because their arms may involuntarily go into a position that resembles holding an invisible sword or fencing.
See you here, the decisive moments in the second.
Straight right, which is the punch for the southpaws. And that one and the left hook missed there. See, he was already in trouble before those flurry of punches were that one. And then the bang of the head, which made matters a lot worse than they would have been.
That's right.
But I think from the very first round, Jesse he had the look of fear in his eyes, although he fought back a lot in the first round, and he caught me with a few punches in the first round, but at the end of the first round when he went down, he didn't recover in the corner, and I went out and I knew I capitalized on that. I went out.
Punches up. It's a knockout for Tony Pep. He could not get up. He is injured with a terrific right hand counter. Look out. Here we go. Bang. Boom. A classic one-punch knockout. And short, right from...
Chavez returned to his hometown and was cruising to a routine win over Bruce Pearson.
Se tambalea como una palmera azotada por un ciclón tropical y este golpe en la puntilla. El referee ya ni siquiera... Bueno, iba a quitar el posicionador anatómico bucal, quién sabe qué estaba haciendo. A ver cómo le hace Pearson. ¡Ah, qué golpazo tan abajo!
Until Pearson landed a low blow.
El cronómetro sigue avanzando.
The low blow hurt Chavez, but instead of taking the allotted 5 minutes to recover, Chavez decided to go full throttle.
Va a entrar Julio César Chávez y le está poniendo una paliza de padre muy señor mío cuando va a venir la campana. Para desgracia de Pearson, es que para salvarlo.
Confunde a todos y el combate que sigue.
He picked up right where he left off in the next round, landing brutal left hooks to Pearson's body.
Luis Villanueva para Moquida Azteca, lo recordamos con enorme cariño, lo mismo que a Toño Aznar. El estudiante Aznar, en malas condiciones este estadounidense Bruce Pearson abanicando.
De incomodar a Julio César Chávez.
Mientras tanto, ahí en la lucha cuerpo a cuerpo, cara a cara, manejado pocas veces.
The referee wisely stopped the fight after more punishment from Chavez.
Again, a right
Right hand right on the button, and that's about it. Down he goes. And you can see that one coming. He was out before he hit the ground.
Just a solid professional. Just wait. Look at that right hand. There you see. Another corker right at the end of it. What is that scorching right hand right there, which puts the final finishing touches on this fight.
During his career, Gene Tunney was widely believed to be the greatest boxer of all time. Tunney easily outboxed most of his opponents. Notice the sharp jab here. It was so precise, you'd think he was aiming for a bullseye in an archery competition.
Left jab of Tunney's is constantly keeping Tom off balance.
Tunney was jabbing his head off and landed a textbook 1-2 for the knockdown.
Hand punch to the jaw. Warren Gibbons for the first time in his professional career. The referee's count reaches 8.
It was like watching someone play chess, if chess pieces could get knocked over by a well-timed jab. The final right hands were clinical.
To the head, which put Gibbons down for the second time. Tunney goes to a neutral corner as the referee moves in to toll the final 10. As Gibbons gets to his feet, Tunney moves in to console and congratulate his dejected opponent. 15 months later, this same Gene Tunney will become the 8th heavyweight champion of the world.
He stands just an inch shorter than Danny Lopez, and as we commented earlier, that will be something different.
Sanchez first came to prominence in his world title challenge against Danny Little Red Lopez. This was the moment boxing fans realized they weren't just watching a fight, they were witnessing sheer greatness. Hall of Famer trainer Angelo Dundee had been hinting that the underdog Sanchez was packing some serious talent.
This is going to be a dangerous first round.
The first round? Oh, that was just the prelude to a masterclass. From the opening bell, Sanchez began to take Lopez apart like he was disassembling a Lego set.
And I don't like the way Danny Lopez just stood there and took the shots. I think he's trying to out-psych the kid, but he's getting hit with really tough shots.
Well, Mike Ayala landed several to Danny Lopez over 15 rounds.
This fight quickly turned into a clinic on how to box with flair and precision. Take a moment to appreciate Sanchez's head and upper body movement.
Very composed, very contained young man.
It's like watching a dancer glide across the floor, except with more punches and fewer pirouettes. Sanchez's jab was like a relentless metronome, consistently marking time and landing with the regularity of your morning alarm.
Sanchez with remarkable poise for a 21-year-old. He really looks like a very mature young man.
Sanchez was operating at the highest level of technical prowess. Once he had his timing down, it was like he was playing a video game on easy mode. From early on, it was clear that Sanchez had Lopez perfectly timed. Lopez, on the other hand, had a pressure fighter known for his toughness and heart, like a bulldozer with a lot of grit. But when it came to handling Sanchez's head movement, he might as well have been trying to catch a cloud with a butterfly net. Notice how every time they exchanged punches, Sanchez was like the guy at the carnival who always wins at ring toss, never missing and always hitting his target. With Sanchez's jab consistently finding its mark, he began delivering some seriously hard counters. It was like watching a pro painter at work, but instead of a brush, he had a fist.
Because that's when he can hurt you.
Sanchez wasn't just good, he was doing high-level boxing tricks. Check out how he lands a lead left hook onto the body and then sets up a perfect inside uppercut of his head movement. It's like he's playing three-dimensional chess while everyone else is stuck on checkers.
Now combination from Lopez, sends Sanchez back to the rope.
Sanchez continued to demonstrate next-level movement, and his jab was about as effective as a Swiss Army knife. Sanchez just couldn't miss Lopez with anything he threw. The right hand was landing so cleanly, it was like Sanchez was using a laser-guided system.
Good right hand from Sanchez.
Lopez the Warrior kept coming, but you could almost hear him thinking, "Damn, this guy is good," as he walked through punches that would have sent lesser fighters to the canvas.
Lopez takes another combination from Sanchez.
At this point, Lopez's right eye was swelling up like a balloon at a kid's party. Sanchez was now in full flow, landing right hands repeatedly on Lopez. It was impressive how Lopez kept coming forward, despite being hit harder than a piñata at a kid's birthday party. Notice how Sanchez lands a stunning uppercut. Some of his work was so beautiful, it could make a grown man weep with admiration.
September with a third-round knockout of Jose Calva, but he's in against a much stronger opponent.
The doctor took a closer look at Lopez's eye, and it was starting to look like a question of whether the doctor would stop the fight or Lopez could end up getting knocked out by a punch that could probably be heard in the next town over.
I tell you, he's been well schooled, Tim. He's
Sure
keeping his
has.
hands up around his head, looking to block the right hand with the left hand high. He's fighting a perfect fight so far.
Keep in mind, Sanchez was an underdog with the odds stacked against him, and to produce a performance like this at just 21 was nothing short of unbelievable. The beatdown continued with Sanchez landing counter after counter. Lopez had elite durability, but his technical skills were like a rusty old bicycle compared to Sanchez's finely tuned sports car.
We're under a minute to go in round 6.
Notice how Lopez just can't seem to avoid Sanchez's right hand. It's like trying to dodge raindrops during a storm.
Timekeeper. There were about 10 seconds left in the round as we recall it from looking up, and Sanchez trying to finish off the champion.
After the doctor took one more look at Lopez's eye, Sanchez unleashed a flurry of slick punches and hurt Lopez again.
In a combination from Sanchez scoring.
Lopez was hurt for the first time badly. Our last exchange. He's hurt again.
Good right hand from Sanchez.
As I watch Sanchez fight, I'm constantly amazed by his poise. He never loses focus, which is impressive for any fighter, let alone a 21-year-old.
This 7th round.
The fight was becoming uncomfortable to watch. Lopez had taken a brutal beating, and it was clear to everyone that he had no chance of winning. Everyone knew the end was near. Sanchez turned up the intensity and began searching for the finish. Lopez was in deep trouble.
The champion, how much of an effect has it had?
Big effect, these kind of fights, or long-distance fights where you're taking your licking. They don't do nobody no good.
On the left and white, 21 years of age. What a job he's doing.
The left eye, you can't see the right hand coming, actually, Tim.
Good point, because he just took another one and we had a good look at it.
Can't see it coming.
That eye nearly closed, Danny Lopez's left eye.
He's got trouble looking from that eye. And this kid's smart enough to take advantage of it.
He is hurt, isn't he?
He is really hurt.
Sanchez trying to finish him. The referee.
I thought the stoppage was spot on. Lopez had zero chance, and the accuracy of Sanchez's punches meant he was taking a beating that was hard to watch. With this fight, Sanchez became a national hero in Mexico.
Has stopped the fight in the 13th round after a hard right hand staggered Lopez.
Big boy. Oh, lovely.
Beautiful. Double to the head.
And AC just holding on right now, or covering up rather. The thing is, he has to learn.
Journeyman Mike AC made the mistake of overextending with his left hand and paid for it with a thunderous right hand to the head.
Reddick Bowe ranked number 10, Mercer ranked number 12. Oh, boy.
That was...
Did it well.
We'll have this fight over very soon. And just as I say that, he throws a straight...
halfway out and then bing.
He's a very sneaky relaxed in there, isn't he, Spider?
Yes, he is.
Boy, a big left hook. And that hurt AC, and AC went down by a right to the body. AC, of course, if you look at him on the ground, he's not necessarily the strongest around his midsection. And Harry Davis giving him the mandatory 8, and he's up and he's ready to go. That's the second knockdown. And that's the end of the first.
That right hand Lennox hit him with the body. He just squealed. That hurt AC. It really hurt him.
Let's look in the corner of Mike AC right now.
Lennox Lewis, always the gentleman, decided not to stop there and gave AC a few more love taps while he was down. How Lewis wasn't disqualified for those blatant punches is still a mystery. Maybe the ref was looking at his shoes. AC, showing more bravery than brains, decided to fight on instead of taking the easy DQ win. But Lewis, ever the opportunist, started working AC's ribs like he was tenderizing meat. I checked my own ribs just to make sure they were okay after watching that.
Patterson threw a vicious right hand. Evidently, if he can get this fight over in the first round, he'll do it. He is really out to stop it fast.
In this fight, Patterson unleashed a power-punching spectacle against British challenger Brian London.
Patterson is sharp and dealing out an awful lot of punishment.
Patterson came out like a greyhound at the track, launching punches from every possible angle.
7 or 8 straight punches.
Patterson was a fan favorite. You might have noticed the commentator chuckling when Patterson gave a playful shrug after finally missing a punch.
He shrugged his shoulders. Shrugged his shoulders as to say, so what? I missed already. A very comic little thing. That's a typical New York gesture.
Classic Floyd, always keeping it light.
It's 5-4 or...
It quickly became clear that London didn't stand a chance. Patterson delivered one of the most brutal beatings I've ever seen in a boxing ring.
Those tremendous body blows have slowed down London. Have taken all the sting out of his jab. He's just pawing with it, very slow motion.
It was like watching a master class in how to dismantle someone.
Back away from that clinch.
The speed difference was staggering. Patterson made London look like he was fighting in slow motion, dodging every punch and landing counters with pinpoint accuracy.
London's knees are rubbery. He's taken an awful lot of punishment. He's slowed down now. Boing.
Patterson focused on London's body because, well, London's head was apparently made of something more durable.
Hurt London. It shook him up. Those are real thumping shots. London has really been hurt. That's the first time I've seen him show any reaction to that punishment.
The body attack was so vicious, it could have been classified as a new form of torture. After tearing into London's midsection, Patterson added some explosive headshots to his arsenal.
That's the first knockdown of the fight, right above us here. The bell rang. The bell rang at the count of 5, and London got up and walked to his corner.
London was saved by the bell, but that was more of a temporary reprieve.
Number of rounds that he lasted with the champion, with Archie Moore, who lasted 5. He's now past Hurricane Jackson's total. Those body shots. He is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The fight is over. The fight is over in round 11 with a full count of 10. A very dramatic shot here now. Let's see what they're doing to...
Eventually, London's body just gave up and collapsed under the relentless assault.
And the crowd here is giving him a big hand. He took a terrific clobbering.
In the post-fight interviews, both fighters had some nice words for each other, proving that a brutal beatdown can end with mutual respect.
This man took everything I had to offer and still stood on his feet. I think even though he might have lost tonight, he might have won as far as his country is concerned, because I think he is very, very game, and he is to be congratulated for that, if nothing else.
Well, Floyd, that's awfully nice of you, and I guess that's about what everybody feels.
That Floyd Patterson is the fastest thing on 2 feet.
He was awfully fast tonight, wasn't he?
He is the fastest thing on 2 feet. I was hoping when I fought him that he may have had a bad night, but boy, if that's a bad night, he can sure go.
Well, Brian, you didn't seem to put on an offensive yourself throughout the fight. Were you kept busy defending yourself?
Yeah, more or less, you know. You seen the fight, didn't you?
I sure did. Well, thank you very much, and good luck, and you put on a game effort. You're worthy of your country.